Next, in a fairly luxurious room in Tokyo City, a man with a big back, a strong figure, and a luxurious suit yelled furiously at the 15 or 16-year-old blonde boy in front of him. Arthur, why do you want to apply? Join Team Rocket, didn't I tell you? Your Earl Dervish Pokémon that I'd have it ready for you. The young man named Arthur looked at the man with the back of his head that was 80% similar to his dead father with a complicated expression, and said, Uncle, I know. But don't you think that the Rockets are a very great organization? He was a little entangled in his heart, originally. He was just a child from a middle-class family in Tokyo City. His parents died in an accident when he was 10 years old. Only an uncle came to visit him from time to time. This uncle treated him very well, but Uncle Giovanni, who is the owner of the Viking City Gymnasium, seems to be very busy at ordinary times. Every time he came here left in a hurry, and he didn't seem to want others to know his relationship with him. Every time they come are hidden, and they come late at night or early in the mornings, however. Just a week ago, Arthur awakened the memory of his previous life and his golden finger. He knew that he was now in the world known as the Pokémon world in the previous life. In addition to identity, the real identity is the biggest dark force boss in Kanto region, Giovanni. It's no wonder that he usually hides his figure when he visits him, because he doesn't want others to discover the relationship between the two, even though Giovanni's identity is a secret. On the bright side, Giovanni is even highly respected. He has disclosed a lot of his views on the ground-type and rock-type Pokémon and the breeder method. He has coached countless civilian trainers and is even called for the Earth Japanese letter Giovanni. But once his identity is exposed, Giovanni will become a street mouse that everyone shouts and beats. Anyone who has a relationship with him will not be able to escape Alliance's pursuit. Giovanni wanted to protect himself for a long time. Arthur even suspected that Giovanni didn't want others to know that he had such a poor relative. But he didn't think it was to protect himself originally. Arthur wanted to become an excellent Pokémon trainer and become an elite champion. But Arthur, who had awakened his past life memory and obtained the cheat of the system, did not want to follow the path planned by Giovanni for himself. Because his system is the strongest rocket system, this requires him to join the Rockets to fully activate the system. So Arthur took some effort to find the Rockets, and said that he would join the Rockets. He didn't expect Giovanni to find him so quickly. He hasn't officially joined the Rockets yet. The Rockets are a great organization. Giovanni was taken aback when he heard that. As the son of his only younger brother, how could Giovanni not care about Arthur? He even had his secretary keep an eye on Arthur. As a result, when he woke up this morning, he received the news that Arthur asked to join the Rockets. How could this make Giovanni not annoyed? Giovanni knows better than anyone that he is on a path of no return. But for the sake of himself, his mother and his younger brother's ideals, he needs to keep going. He doesn't want Arthur to be like them if he can. Arthur can even work hard to become Alliance's elite and champion, even at the expense of part of the interests of the Rockets. It's just that this kid applied to join Team Rocket Kid. You are going to heaven, isn't it? Uncle, do you know what the purpose of the Rockets is? Arthur looked at Giovanni, who was almost mad at him, and asked patiently, of course, to rule the world. Giovanni blurted out without even thinking about it. He didn't know how many times he said this, no, in my opinion. Their purpose is not just to rule the world. They want to save the world. Arthur said solemnly, the Rockets are definitely not as bad as advertised. That's just a deliberate smear by the Alliance. That's all. After all, the Alliance is the ruling force. It is true that the Rockets poach Pokémon and conduct Pokémon experiments. But the Pokémon experiments, the Rockets are doing it. And the Alliance is doing the same behind the scenes. As for the Pokémon poached by the Rockets, most of them poach the regions under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, which belong to the Alliance and the major families. Resource 7, if they are not poached, will not fall into the hands of civilians. On the contrary, 70% of the Pokémon poached by the Rockets were sold to civilians through special channels, allowing them to buy relatively good Pokémon at extremely low prices. From this point of view, the Rockets are much better than Alliance. As for the Pokémon Experimento, be honest, I don't really agree with it, but I won't deliberately oppose it. As long as it doesn't happen under my nose, however. If I entered the Rockets and had a certain right to speak, I would suggest that they be humanized, or experiment with Pokémon of characters who have hatred with the Rockets. If the Rockets can seize the foundation of the common people, go from the common people to the common people, develop the power in the countryside, and reverse the fishing boat among the common people, there may not be no chance. The Pokémon experiment is indeed inhumane, but it also promotes the development of Pokémon's medical career. Giovanni was a little silent when he heard that. Is their Rockets so great? But it seems that this is indeed the case. Almost all members of the Rockets, the senior management, and even himself are also born as civilians. From a certain point of view, the Japanese letter Giovanni is indeed what he is, not a disguise. If it weren't for the Rockets, Giovanni might be like that. They will also take care of the trainer born as a commoner in normal times. Of course, because of the successive deaths of his mother and younger brother, Giovanni became a lot more extreme, and he began to rush for quick success for the sake of power. He wants to fulfill their ideals in his lifetime. But I didn't expect that because of some behaviors of the Rockets. I attracted my cheap nephew to want to join the Rockets. What a crime, however, what Arthur said seemed to make sense. But the Pokémon behind Alliance left Giovanni helpless. You should understand that I am the owner of Viridian Gym, and I will not allow you to join Team Rocket, Giovanni said in a serious tone. Arthur glanced at Giovanni strangely. He really wanted to say stop pretending. I already know your real identity, but in this way, it will be difficult to explain many things in the future. After all, Giovanni's identity is kept secret well. Arthur's father never told Arthur. Who would have imagined that a child with such a magnificent name as Arthur would have a mega demon king as his uncle? Uncle, didn't you say let me set a great goal, and then fight for it? My ideal is to join the Rockets, and then help them overthrow Alliance. This world is really too bad for ordinary people. Be friendly. The Alliance and those big families are all leech life on the common people. Arthur said firmly, it's like the Earl Dervish Pokémon that we need to pay 5 million to receive. Almost all of which are monopolized by the Alliance Pokémon. But Pokémon of the same quality only cost between 5 million and 3 million in the special channels of the Rockets. And as far as I know, the original price of 500 yuan Pokémon. The manufacturing cost is less than 100. And those Potion Alliance can get 10 times more than profit. However, some powerful Pokémon can only be obtained by some special families. Although I have no objection that each family has its own inheritance. After all, part of the family inheritance is slowly propagated by the Pokémon of the ancestors. But in some special places, only special personnel are allowed to enter. But civilians are not allowed to enter. That would be too much. Although the Alliance apparently allows those who have made contributions to the Alliance to enter. But which one of those people is not from the second generation? They didn't do anything for Alliance either. The Rockets do have a lot of problems. And even some people are doing unreasonable things. But I believe that I can change all of this. Giovanni was silent. All he knew was that his nephew was right. But I let you chase your dreams, not to overthrow Alliance, but to work hard to become a Pokémon master. He really wanted to use his power to refuse Arthur's request. And he also thought about having a showdown with Arthur. But he didn't do it. Giovanni knew that his nephew was even more stubborn than him. This is even more persistent. Even after knowing that he is the boss of the Rockets, Arthur will help himself even more without hesitation. Tired as for what Arthur said, Giovanni has nothing to do to change the Rockets. There is no way. After all, they are not a regular existence like Alliance. Some things can only be turned a blind eye, fortunately soon. Giovanni thought of another way. Let's not talk about this matter. It will be time for you to travel in a few days. Here is the Earl Dervish Pokémon I prepared for you.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As he said that Giovanni raised the safe beside him, and said to Arthur, "What kind of Pokémon is this?" Arthur took the safe curiously, didn't think Giovanni. The boss of Team Rocket would give him any ordinary Pokémon. It's a pity that my own system has not been fully activated. Otherwise, I should be able to know what kind of egg it is. You'll know when the time comes. This is almost the dream of all ground Pokémon trainers. Giovanni took a deep look at the box in Arthur's hand. Back then, he and his younger brother didn't have such treatment. Giovanni even started his business with a Weedle. But he took that Weedle breeder to an unprecedented degree. On the contrary, no. Most of the precious Pokémon are just a matter of one sentence to him. But Giovanni has little interest in them, ground type. Arthur's heart moved, and he began to think about various possibilities. Okay, I'm leaving first. Be careful, call me if you need something. Immediately afterwards, Giovanni gave another warning and left in a hurry. Just when he left Arthur's house, he said to a woman who had already been hiding in the dark, "Let him join. Tell him that he joined the intelligence department, disguised as a regular rookie trainer, and served Team Rocket collects intelligence and is only responsible to you." Jeanette's face became strange for a while. She never thought that her boss would find such a different way. Isn't this accompanying the prince to study? But since it is Giovanni's order, Makoto will naturally execute it well. And she is not disgusted with such things, which represents Giovanni's trust in herself so soon. Arthur received the admission notice from the Rockets, which made Arthur's face tangle. Giovanni, are you going to have a showdown, not even a disguise? Pokémon Egg Gible potential, quasi-god shit. Even though Arthur had been prepared for a long time, the Pokémon given by Giovanni, the boss of the Rockets team, could be garbage. But after seeing this Pokémon and its potential, he still couldn't help but uttered 2 swear words in a row. Gible still has quasi-god potential. The strength of Pokémon in this world is divided into Novice, Ordinary Elite Gymnasium level Elite Champion Quasi-God, God 3rd level, God 2nd level, God 1st level, God, and Creator God. Most of the Pokémon with normal potential and elite potential, gym level Pokémon are already good. The main Pokémon of some gym trainers are also gym level existences, which is enough to dominate in some small places. But I didn't expect this Gible to have the talent of a quasi-god. Gible is indeed called a quasi-god, but it doesn't mean that the potential of every Gible can reach the quasi-god. The average talent of their race is very high. Even the worst normal is at the gym level, and most of them are at the elite level. Champions are relatively rare, as for quasi-gods. Even in the Gible group they are quite rare, and these days, the potential of Pokémon cannot be detected by instruments, let alone Pokémon eggs. Giovanni was able to find such a Gible for himself. Obviously it took a lot of effort, and he might even poke the nest of the Garchomp tribe. After a moment of silence, Arthur smiled dumbly, put Gible's Pokémon egg into the incubator, and muttered, "Then let's turn this world upside down." Miss Joey, I'm here to collect my new Pokémon and Pokémon Pokédex. In the largest Pokémon center in Viridian City, a blonde man with a handsome face said, looking at Miss Joey in front of him with a smile on his face. Are you new to Pokémon and Pokémon Pokédex? Excuse me, your name is Ms. Joey hurriedly operated on the computer and asked. Arthur said with a smile. He is handsome in himself, Sonny. Coupled with that spring-like normal smile which made Ms. Joey hesitate, but Ms. Joey also has professional qualities after all. quickly entered Arthur's name. And then Arthur's identity popped up. Is it Arthur from Tokyo City? I didn't expect you to be more handsome in person than in the photo. Ms. Joey looked at the photo then at Arthur himself, and said with a smile after confirming Arthur's identity. Thank you for the compliment, Arthur smiled slightly. Today was the day he came to claim the Earl Dervish Pokémon. I don't know how Giovanni did it. He actually helped Arthur apply for the Earl Dervish Pokémon quota that can only be claimed at a cost of 5 million. Obviously there are many from the Rockets, however. Even after paying 5 million, they received Earl Dervish Pokémon at the local Pokémon Center. They are not qualified at all to enter the Professor Oak laboratory. Perhaps Professor Oak has a very good temper, but so many people need to travel every year. If they all let the professor distribute Pokémon, they will not study even normal people. You can't enter Professor Oak laboratory, as for Ash. It's purely a small town. And Professor Oak also values Ash's relationship. Although Pallet Town is a small town, it is actually just a few dozen families who can't see each other without looking up. Ash also grew up under Professor Oak's watch. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, what's your choice? Ms. Joey took out 3 Pokémon balls from the safe in the backstage. But instead of releasing them separately, she let Arthur start to choose under normal conditions. Trainer is not qualified to check the specific conditions of Pokémon. The conditions of normal Pokémon are similarly. This is to protect the self-esteem of these Earl Dervish Pokémon. When they see human beings, they want to be recognized and taken away by human beings. But these human beings choose other friends, which will hurt their self-esteem. This is a test of character and luck. Arthur looked at the 3 Pokémon balls in Miss Joey's hand with slight hesitation. Under normal circumstances, he would also choose Charmander as his Earl Dervish Pokémon. After all, Charizard is really handsome. But he saw the 3 Pokémon through the data eye. Pokémon Charmander Strength Novice Potential. Pokémon Bulbasaur Strength Novice Potential. Pokémon Squirtle Strength Novice Potential. It is undeniable that these Earl Dervish Pokémon prepared by Alliance have very good potential. And they all have gym-level potential, which is relatively rare among many Pokémon. It is no wonder that Usangia is so sought after by people. There are so many people who would rather spend 5 million to get such a one from Alliance. And there is only such a chance in a lifetime, normally. Arthur would definitely choose Charmander. But Bulbasaur's talent really attracted him. He didn't know if his system could improve the Pokémon's potential. So choosing one with higher potential would be the best choice. And choosing Bulbasaur seems to be more suitable for his lineup. There is no doubt that whether it is Garchomp or Volcarona, they will be their absolute main force in the future. Garchomp is responsible for physical attack, while Volcarona is for special attack. He needs a powerful Venusaur to be in charge of tank and auxiliary control. The various pollen of Venusaur are enough to make most enemies disgusted. And once Venusaur undergoes Mega Evolution, the thick fat can also resist many restraints of Venusaur's skills. On the contrary, it is Charizard, the final evolution of Charmander, which has some characteristics with Garchomp and Volcarona. It's not that there can only be one of these Pokémon, and Arthur only prepares 6 breeder Pokémon, but he temporarily chooses the elite breeder Pokémon. As for Charmander with the resources of the Rockets, can't he still find Charmander? I want Bulbasaur. Miss Joey, as if he had figured it out. Arthur said directly to Miss Joey, Bulbasaur. Miss Joey nodded slightly and handed Bulbasaur's Pokémon ball into Arthur's hands. Then this child will be handed over to you. And you must take good care of it at the same time. She took out another Pokémon Pokédex, and after operating on it, handed it to Arthur. This is your Pokémon Pokédex. Please keep it safe and report it in time if it is lost. Thank you, Arthur smiled. By the way, please help me sign up for this year's quartz competition. No problem, the registration fee is 50,000 Alliance coins. But because you are a rookie trainer, this fee can be reduced. But next time you want to participate in the Alliance competition, You need to pay the corresponding fee, Ms. Joey continued. He took Pokémon Pokédex and explained while operating it. Thank you, Arthur nodded slightly. Alliance is really a waste of money. The registration fee for the Alliance competition is 50. Zero when these players participate in the competition. The benefits that those players can create are even more astronomical. All that needs to be paid is to organize the competition venue and promote it, which is almost a lucrative business, then Ms. Joey quickly helped Arthur apply for the qualification to participate in the quartz contest. Come out Bulbasaur after bidding farewell to Miss Joey. Arthur couldn't help releasing Bulbasaur. Normal's novice trainer would even choose to release the Pokémon as soon as he got Pokémon. Gone with a flash of white lights. A lively and lovely Bulbasaur appeared in front of Arthur. Others also looked over curiously. It is indeed very interesting to receive Earl Dervish Pokémon or something. Anticipation, isn't it, Pokémon Bulbasaur? Attribute Grass, Poison, height 0. 68 m, racial average height is 0, 7 m, weight 6. 5 kg, racial average weight is 6, 9 kg. Ability Lush, Chlorophyll. Skills Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Petal Dance. Strength Novice, Potential Elite. System Evaluation Bulbasaur, who is very talented, has just passed his infancy and is very energetic. Suggestion: there are deficiencies in all aspects, and physical exercise is required. When I was born, I inherited the Petal Dance from my parents, but I have not fully mastered it. It is recommended to try to master the Petal Dance while exercising. Unexpectedly, this Bulbasaur was so lucky that he inherited the Petal Dance, which is definitely a great move of the Grass-type Pokémon. This also made Arthur more satisfied with Bulbasaur, and it was indeed a wise choice not to choose Charmander. Hello, Bulbasaur, it's Arthur. I'll take care of you from now on. Arthur bent down and stretched out his hand to Bulbasaur and said, Garner. Bulbasaur looked at Arthur curiously. He seemed to be a very good trainer. It was specially trained by the Alliance for Novice Trainers. Bulbasaur naturally knows its own destiny. It is both apprehensive, curious, and expecting for its own trainer. What if someone has a bad personality and chooses himself? Or someone regards Pokémon only as a tool? What should they do if they choose themselves, however? Now it seems that my trainer seems to be surprisingly good. Soon Bulbasaur put his Vine Whip in Arthur's hands, saying that he had approved the Pokémon trainer. Many people in the Pokémon Center also cast envious looks. But not everyone is qualified to receive Earl Dervish Pokémon like this. Most of the Earl Dervish Pokémon are more common housebirds, or Pokémon such as Rattata. Not everyone has 5 million to give to Alliance in exchange for such an Earl Dervish Pokémon. 5 million in Tokyo City is enough for Normal's family of 3 to live for 20 years. Of course, this does not count as the consumption of Pokémon. Normal Pokémon can survive by relying on tree fruits. It doesn't cost much money at all, just like keeping pets in the previous life. But if you want to breed Pokémon, it depends on throwing money. Arthur has already calculated that his Volcarona needs 100 energy cubes dedicated to the fire system every month. And this does not include other various nutrient solutions, such as the burnt charcoal that Volcarona needs now, which are on the market. It is worth 10 million. And it is also a priceless contest condition. Pokémon Trainer is a money-burning industry, of course. As long as you have the strength, you will also have money. For example, the champion of this year's Indigo Plateau Conference has 50 million prize money alone, which is definitely a huge number for normal people. Of course, it is just a drop in the bucket in terms of the benefits that the conference can create for the Alliance. Becoming the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference can also be regarded as a celebrity in the local area. Many manufacturers will find him, ask him to endorse and provide certain services. It seems that the Huruf Group will provide 3 years of Pokémon food to the top 3 in the Quartz contest every year. This year, the opponent's Pokémon needs the Huruf Group. Of course, if you want to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the Shuruf Group. For example, sell these Pokémon food. and then tell the other party that your Pokémon food is used up. Then you are thinking too much, for example. If the Shilluff group can survive in such a world, how much of its foundation is clean? They have a way to make you disappear without anyone noticing. Even the Rockets were just thugs under the Shilluff group at first. Atom, it's a bit far away. Arthur and Bulbasaur were quite satisfied with each other when they met for the first time. Very good, but it's too common to call you Bulbasaur. Why don't I name you? Arthur's words instantly made Bulbasaur happy in its view. This is trainer expressing his love for him, a method. Why don't you just call him a garlic bee *****D? Arthur said with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. This moment shocked the people watching the fun. Are you serious? Garlic bee *****D? This is Bulbasaur. But it does look like it does. Bulbasaur didn't know the sinister intentions of his trainer. He just thought it was a good name, but for some reason, it actually liked the title Garlic very much, and ran around Arthur for a few times calling Gana Gana Circle to soothe my excited expression. This left the people watching the show speechless. This person, Pokémon, is really a person who dares to name it and dare to want it. Don't be afraid, laters. Bulbasaur will understand what it means to be a garlic bee *****D. So he will try his best to find you. Hello, I want the top tent. Yes, it is the 580,000 yuan for the backpack. I want the latest backpack with space technology from Shilluff Company. What 2 million yuan, so expensive? Is it possible? Cheaper? If it can't be cheaper, then fine, I want this too. That kind of small weight-bearing props that can be adjusted. Yes, it is the kind of 600,000 sets, which can increase the gravity by up to 50 kg. Give me 3 sets. Give me a copy of the watch and navigator from the German company, as well as the energy cube maker. I want it too. Add up to 3 million. I want it. By the way, dive ball, heavy ball. Friend Ballon, each luxury ball 6 for me. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Arthur came to the largest Pokémon mall in Tokyo City and entered the rhythm of buying and buying. Before Giovanni gave himself 10 million Earl Dervish funds for travel. Before he knew it, it was more than 6 million yuan spent in one go. Nearly 7 million yuan. Arthur said that he didn't seem to have much money to protect the Rockets. However, did not intend to ask Giovanni directly for money. And after he had spent all the money, he would ask his boss for activity funds. The shopping guides in the mall all regarded Arthur as a big dog, and they didn't need to think about it to know that this was a trainer who was about to go on a trip. The equipment alone was definitely not inferior to those top Pokémon trainers. Of course, these shopping guides, they know that many novice trainers who buy in this way will go home within a few months, never travel again, and let these expensive equipment eat ashes. Just like playing basketball, some people will bring a lot of equipment, giving people the feeling that they play very well. But in fact, they are a rookie. In terms of trainers, these situations often occur. Pokémon have good potential, good equipment, and a lot of money. This is not enough to make them an excellent Pokémon trainer. In many cases, they do not have the spirit of hard work. Arthur put all the props purchased today into the newly purchased space backpack, which is indeed a good thing, worth 1.2 million. Arthur carried it on his back, weighted, and only felt the weight of the backpack itself. This backpack not only has fingerprint anti-theft technology, but also can withstand the full blow of gym-level Pokémon, which is quite a safe field prop. It also saved a lot of trouble for Arthur in his future travels. When Arthur returned home with a lot of things, he saw Volcarona holding Gible's eggs and hatching them. Well, you read that right, let Volcarona incubate eggs. Is there anything more suitable for incubating eggs than Pokémon with the ability of the flame body? Volcarona did not disappoint Arthur either. At the end of the day, Gible's egg had faint symptoms of hatching. The Gible prepared by Giovanni for Arthur will hatch in these few days. And with Volcarona's efforts, the hatching speed has also been accelerated a lot. Thank you, Volcarona, Arthur said with satisfaction. He was planning to wait for Gible to be born before going on a trip. so as to create the best birth environment for Gible's birth. Buzz Volcarona shook his head, expressing that he doesn't need to care about it, and it feels very happy to be able to help Arthur in this regard. Then come out and meet your new partner, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's Pokémon Ball has been replaced by Arthur with a luxury ball. As for Volcarona's Pokémon Ball, Arthur has not replaced it. All Pokémon Balls purchased by Alliance will be recorded. The corresponding information of Pokémon will be uploaded to the large database at the Alliance headquarters. In this way, people in the Alliance can better grasp the strength and specific situation of your Pokémon. And once someone uses Pokémon to commit a crime, they can also find your identity through big data in the shortest possible time. Arthur doesn't want his identity to be exposed. He has a mask of a Fae, which can prevent others from finding him. But finding himself through Pokémon is the troublesome thing. The Pokémon Ball given by the system does not have this problem. Volcarona, apparently, is Arthur's partner for messing around, Ghana. Bulbasaur, who originally wanted to call out to his shit-shoveling officer after he came out, froze instantly when he saw Volcarona, and ran directly behind Arthur's. Looking at Volcarona tremblingly, it felt a great threat from the Pokémon in front of it. Even its parents and even grandparents probably didn't have the same terror as the Volcarona in front of it. And the breath given to him by the other party is like facing a natural enemy. The Volcarona of the bug type plus the fire system is definitely considered a skybreaker for Bulbasaur on the attribute. Seeing Bulbasaur like this, Volcarona also looked tangled. Is he so scary? Okay, Bulbasaur, don't be afraid. Volcarona is also my Pokémon, you don't need to be afraid. It won't hurt you. Arthur also smiled when he saw this scene, which is also very good. Sometimes there is a Pokémon in a team. Big brother is important. Bulbasaur obviously has a lot of energy, and Gible will also be a naughty kid, with a big brother to prevent him, which can also save Arthur a lot of heart. Ghana. Bulbasaur carefully poked his head out from behind Arthur, glanced at Volcarona, saw that the big guy didn't seem to be dealing with him. He was slightly relieved and then walked up. Before that, he nodded and bowed to Volcarona for a while, like a younger brother's. From the black lines on Arthur's head, is his Pokémon so social? However, he is also a member of the Rockets now. It seems that Pokémon is more social and it is reasonable. Regarding Bulbasaur's appearance as a younger brother, Volcarona also nodded slightly. At this moment, Bulbasaur relaxed the boulder in his heart. No matter what his future strength is, this younger brother must be done now. And he has such a strong big brother, seems to work fine too. When Bulbasaur paid homage to his eldest brother, the Pokémon eggs that had faintly shown signs of hatching became more and more obvious. Arthur and Bulbasaur's eyes were also cast into the Pokémon eggs, as if they were unwilling to let go of any hatching process. Especially Bulbasaur, looking forward to the birth of Gible. This is his future little brother, although he doesn't know what Pokémon the other party is. But everything comes first come first. And Bulbasaur doesn't think that his growth rate is not as fast as a newly hatched Pokémon. Under the attention of the two Pokémon and Arthur, the Pokémon egg finally made the sound of crack. Crack, and the eggshell cracked. As the hatching light became brighter and brighter, the little guy finally hatched from the eggshell come out. It is a Pokémon that looks like a baby shark with a huge dorsal fin on top of its head and two protrusions on either side of its head. Its whole body is dark blue in color, red from the lower jaw to the abdomen, and there is a light blue stripe on the back and the two protrusions on the head. It has a huge mouth with long sharp teeth, short and strong limbs and divided 3 toes. At this moment, its small eyes were looking at Arthur in front of him curiously. Pokémon Gible attribute, Dragon, ground height 0. 45 m, racial average height is 0, 7 m, weight 12. 5 kg, racial average weight is 25 kg. Ability, Sand Hidden, rough skin. Skills, Sand Tomb, tackle strength, novice. Potential, Quasi-God system evaluation, Gible, who is very talented, just born lively and active, with unlimited possibilities. Suggestion, just born. It is not recommended to train. and needs a lot of sleep to survive the young period. Moo milk can be used to make energy cubes. Or beef can be replaced with moo milk to cook porridge. Congratulations, little guy. Arthur bent down to stroke the little guy's head. But it was Gible's big mouth that greeted him. If Arthur hadn't retracted his hand quickly, he might have lost an arm. Wow. A look of obvious disappointment appeared on Gible's face. As if Arthur's arm hadn't been bitten, Arthur, on the other hand, looked at Gible with lingering fear. He almost became disabled. Regardless of the fact that Gible was just born, the little guy's bite force is amazing. Not to mention his own arm, even pig iron can be bent. Gible, remember not to bite me in the future, I can't stand your bite. Arthur said seriously to Gible. Wow. Gible didn't know if he understood Arthur's words. He sat on the ground in a daze, and then looked around curiously. Volcarona knew. It was this guy when he was an egg. I hugged myself, giving it a warm feeling, very comfortable. As for the garlic bee ****D on the side, it looks very delicious. Little guy, don't be naughty. Come to the Pokémon ball first, remember not to be a struggle. And I will prepare food for you later. Arthur took out the luxury ball directly and touched Gible's head. Gible turned into a ray of red light and entered the luxury ball. As if he heard Arthur's words clearly, the luxury ball shook slightly and then stopped shaking. Very good, very good. Seeing this scene, Arthur also showed a slight smile, so that he didn't need to worry about other special situations. Gible was subdued by him. Now he has 2 Pokémon on the surface. As for Volcarona, this is the Pokémon belonging to the Rocket's vest, which cannot be revealed for the time being. He still needs to find other Pokémon, of course. The most important thing at present is to cultivate Bulbasaur and Gible. With such a little strength, he can't even go on a trip. The food prepared for Gible is not a problem. Arthur, who has lived alone for several years, has no problem preparing these. After Arthur prepared the food, he let the little guy out. The little guy didn't care when he saw the food for the others. They directly picked up the rice bowl and swallowed all the beef porridge inside. After it was over, he showed a dissatisfied look, looking at Arthur pitifully. Okay, little guy, you'll get stuffed if you eat too much. Arthur gave a helpless wry smile, and he looked at the garlic bee ****D, who was obediently eating energy cubes. This reflects the difference between the Earl Dervish Pokémon sent by Alliance and these Pokémon hatched by themselves. All the Pokémon prepared by Alliance are very suitable for Earl Dervish Pokémon trainer breeder, no matter how their temper is after evolution. They are indeed very considerate and easy to take care of in Earl Dervish contest condition. Suitable for novices to cultivate, of course. After Pokémon such as Charmander and Cyndaquil evolve, their tempers will become more and more irritable, which is not what Alliance needs to consider. If you have the ability, just keep them from evolving. Arthur sighed softly and gestured to Volcarona at the side. Volcarona comprehended and set his eyes on Gible, who had a clear view of the power of the elite Pokémon on his body, which instantly attracted Gible's attention. As a proud dragon-type quasi-god, it is naturally impossible to choose to back down under such a situation. Instead, he looked at Volcarona with a determined look, his eyes full of fighting spirit. But it is still a newborn baby after all. How could it be possible to block the power as an elite Pokémon? After only a few seconds, Gible collapsed on the ground, with circles in his eyes, as if he had lost the ability to fight. Seeing this scene, Arthur also covered his face. He didn't expect that Gible would resist Volcarona's momentum so hard until he fell into a coma. This should be the most resolute newborn Pokémon, right? After checking it, he also confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Gible, and instead felt that it was a good thing. The more Gible behaves like this, the more it proves the potential of the future. Even if it is just born, it can face the coercion of elite Pokémon without bowing its head. Such perseverance and fighting spirit are enough for Gible to fulfill in the future his talent. Sometimes potential cannot necessarily be converted into strength. I don't know how many Pokémon have extremely powerful talents, but they are still very weak, without the heart of a strong man. And Gible already has the qualifications to become a strong man. Before, Arthur was also worried that Gible would be arrogant. But now with Volcarona, it can suppress Gible. It's done well. You don't need to blow its self-confidence too much. But you can't make it too proud, or it will suffer a lot in the future. Give it a lesson from time to time. After thinking for a while, Arthur patted Volcarona, said the back. Seeing all this, Bulbasaur shivered for a while. Sure enough, he must not jump here without strength, or he will be severely taught by the boss. It has some pity for that little guy Gible. Who knows how much this little guy will suffer in the future. On the contrary, is so honest and friendly. Delicious food and spicy food in addition to energy cubes. There is also moo milk to drink, which is a treat that he didn't have before, likes it here. Pallet Town went to the forest of Vikapan City. A blonde boy was leisurely fishing by the river, and beside him was a Bulbasaur running hard on the grass. This person is Arthur. At this moment, he did not travel directly. Gible did not go through the infancy period. Bulbasaur also needed some time to train himself, and Arthur did not directly choose to travel. It has been 3 days since Gible was hatched, and the little guy was still resurrected the next day with full blood, still full of vitality, looking at Volcarona with unyielding eyes. But he will also obey Volcarona's words. Obey the words of the strong, and Covet will continue to become stronger until he surpasses the opponent. Then obey the rules of the strong for the time being. At the same time, Gible's incomparable Covet becomes stronger, and when he can defeat Volcarona, it must double its food. At the same time, he was also waiting for Ash to go on a trip. Well, that's right, that mega rookie. Although Arthur didn't know Professor Oak, he had visited Pallet Town before. After awakening his memory, he went there on purpose. Pallet Town has probed time and knows that stupid things will travel around this time. Naturally, he wanted to come and have a look, of course. He didn't want to know anything stupid. But a turkey would fly by here as a member of the Rockets. He naturally wanted to pay attention to it. In the future, they overthrew Alliance. The biggest rival may not be other elite champions, but Ho-Oh. You must know that the establishment of Alliance today is established by Ho-Oh and many other legendary Pokémon. It's just that Ho-Oh may not have imagined that the Alliance will become more and more corrupt, overthrowing the previous dynasty's rule. But today's resources are still controlled by a few people. Sure enough, I don't have the luck of the protagonist who can catch Phoebas by just fishing. Arthur also sighed softly after putting the Magikarp he just caught back into the water, and then looked at it in surprise. On the other side of the river at some point, a fair-haired average girl with a ponytail tied on her head unexpectedly came. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Misty, right? The fateful encounter is indeed coming. Misty also noticed Arthur's gaze, and a blush appeared on Misty's face. She had noticed Arthur on the opposite side a long time ago. Such a handsome guy is really rare. Then she turned her gaze to Bulbasaur, who was doing running training by herself. Is this rookie trainer? There are indeed many trainers who have just gone on a trip these days, but many of them don't know the heights of the sky and go directly to challenge the gym. This little brother but chose to train Pokémon first. This made Misty feel very good about Arthur. The two of them didn't talk, they just fished silently. But soon Misty got hurt in just half an hour. Arthur had more than 10 fish hooked, even though many of them were Magikarp. But here he was, is there none? Even her here is considered the upper reaches of the river. This unscientific. How could the gap between people be so large? She is the mermaid Misty, just when Misty kept slandering. Suddenly her fishing rod sank, which made Misty couldn't help showing a smile. This is a big guy, I just don't know what Pokémon it will be. As long as it's not Gyarados. Misty took a deep breath and kept pulling fishing rod, trying to catch that big guy. Seeing this scene, Arthur's eyes flickered for a while. He put away his fishing rod and even put Bulbasaur, who was still training Ginto the Pokémon ball. The stupid thing was coming and he didn't keep it. It is necessary here, wow. Accompanied by the sound of water splashes. A teenager with Pikachu in his arms was caught by Misty. Oh, Misty said that he was completely confused. What about such a big fish? Why is it a human being? Even Arthur looked at Ash in surprise. Even if this guy fell into the river, he didn't lose his hat. Sure enough, the hat is the real body, thank you. Ash didn't care about his current situation. He just climbed up with difficulty and looked at Pikachu worriedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Misty's bicycle parked beside him. He hurried forward and stepped on the bicycle. The bicycle left a sentence, "Let me borrow the bicycle," and left directly. Even Misty didn't realize it at the moment. His bicycle was stolen, right? The corner of Arthur's mouth twitched. Ash is really not polite at all. Misty's bike looks ladylike. But it's $1 million bike. In this world, a good bike costs even more than a sports car. Even Arthur didn't buy a bike for travel. If you're worried about the bike, then go after it. That Pikachu is seriously injured, and I have potion here. After Arthur said something to Misty, he also followed up directly. The corner of Misty's mouth twitched. Eyes. That guy is really stupid. Don't even ask if they have potion, wait for me. Seeing that Arthur had also left quickly, Misty also hurriedly followed. But her reaction was still a bit slow after all. Note to mention, Misty's speed itself was not as fast as Arthur's. Plus the speed was also half a beat slower. And it didn't take long for Arthur to leave him behind. It's only an hour's walk from Gible City, in fact. Takua City is less than 20 kilometers away from Pallet Town. Maybe this is fate. Who would have imagined that the two giants, one good and one evil, are usually so close to each other? Arthur didn't chase Ash, but ran towards Viking City along the road while running. He also saw a group of Spearows flying in the same direction as himself at the moment. Things away, these Pokémon hold grudges. And if Dumbo and Pikachu provoked them, they will never die with Dumbo. Well, it's raining. Suddenly raindrops fell on Arthur's cheeks, which made the corner of Arthur's mouth reveal a smile. It seemed that what he was waiting for was coming soon. And it was not in vain for him to come this time deliberately. Soon dark clouds covered the entire soaring in the sky, and the pattering rain turned into a downpour. A smile appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth. And it was coming, sure enough, a moment later. Less than a kilometer away from Arthur, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, facing the fierce group of Spearows. In just a moment, several Spearows were hit by the lightning, and the rest of the Spearows also rushed towards scatter and flee everywhere. Even Arthur was shocked. It's not like he hasn't seen such a skill as thunder before. But that fat yellow guy is a bit too open-minded, right? Are you still Earl Dervish Pokémon? You also said that you are not usually paddling. He thought that even his own Volcarona could not unleash such a powerful attack as Pikachu. Here we come. Everything was normal in the plot of the movie. The thunder pierced through the soaring in the sky, and the heavy rain that would have lasted for a long time was actually under Pikachu's blow. The rain is over, Sunny, isn't it too much of a joke? No, it might not just be done by Pikachu. Arthur couldn't help being speechless. Maybe Volcarona's full release of Sunny Day would have such an effect. But it couldn't do it, such fantasy. Arthur looked at the rainbow not far away. A colorful bird flew slowly from the rainbow. It seemed that the speed of flapping its wings was extremely slow. But you could feel that it was flying fastly and solemn. Is this the legendary Pokémon? It was hard to bear any resentment. The moment he saw the other party, Arthur felt as if his heart was healed. What conspiracy theorists tossed about the alliance? All go to hell. Soon Arthur frowned again. What happened to him? Infected by oh no, I want to fight for this world. What they do is not only for themselves, but also for the civilians all over the world. He is a time traveler, but he is also the kind of memory awakener. He has the memory of this world. The common people will always be exploited by those big families, and he seems to be one of the exploited members. To change the world, It is originally his dream has awakened his memory. And this is especially true for him who knows the situation in another world. He hopes to change this world. Arthur's heart quickly became firm, and he took out the Pokémon Pokédex and took a photo of Ho, taking pictures of all its flying scenes. Ho-Oh above soaring in the sky seems to have sensed something. It obviously just came out to meet the child chosen by fate. But it didn't expect that there was another child nearby with unparalleled faith. And for the love of life, Thighs is obviously a good kid too. Ho-Oh glanced at Arthur thoughtfully. It could see that this child was not as pure as the other child. But he also had his own dream of very interesting child. Arthur also seemed to feel the gaze of the other party. And his heart was shocked. Will this stingy turkey reward himself with a sacred flame? Then you know this is a genuine first-level god. Fortunately, Ho-Oh's eyes didn't stare for too long, and left according to its original flying trajectory, leaving only a rainbow, which seemed to have really appeared before declaring Ho-Oh. Was that just now? While Arthur stopped to take pictures of Ho, Misty also ran over panting. Apparently, she also saw Ho-Oh. The legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh, Arthur said lightly. Then left directly, and at the same time sent the video of Ho-Oh to his boss. Giovanni was stunned. He never thought that his nephew would bring him such a big surprise. Ho-Oh actually appeared after 100 years. Ho-Oh appeared again and was seen by his nephew. Could it be that his nephew's ideal of the Rockets was recognized by Ho-Oh? What he didn't know was that Arthur was just a person who got paid. Although this time seemed to be remembered by the turkey. Giovanni watched the video about Ho-Oh over and over again with a somewhat complicated expression. Even through the screen, Giovanni could feel the strength of the opposite side. The more powerful the person, the more clearly he felt. Boss, Makoto asked, looking at Giovanni cautiously. Yeah, Giovanni nodded slightly. Reward that kid well. Reward according to team rules. The real bird opened its mouth, found the legendary Pokémon, and recorded the information of the legendary Pokémon. This is not something that can be fooled by normal rewards. But thinking of the identity of that person, Genia was relieved after all. The other party was the Prince of the Rockets. I remember that his Earl Dervish Pokémon is Bulbasaur. Just get him a miracle seed, after thinking about it. Giovanni added, we need to implement Mutwo's plan as soon as possible. Ho-Oh has already appeared. His power is nothing in front of Ho. If you want to overthrow the Alliance, you must have the power of God, yes. Genial nodded quickly. The Rockets can still afford Miracle Seed or something, even though their economy is a little tight because of the Mutwo plan. Giovanni stroked Persian's head and said with emotion, God's power. But our Rockets still have to rely on ourselves. At the same time, let more members go to the Orange Islands and use that as our new team. Base, the Orange Islands belong to the Kanto region. But the commerce and industry here are not very developed. It seems that it is only suitable for the tourism industry. It is very difficult to develop there. There is not even a formal alliance competition there. And it is usually affiliated with the Kanto Alliance. Underhand. But there seems to be the most suitable habitat for the Rockets. Normal if they can develop a lot there. And even establish a Rocket Alliance, of course. The premise of everything is the success of the Mutwo plan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for providing Team Rocket with information about the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. Rewarding 1 Toxic Orb on Earth Gem and 1 Alakazam. Seeing the notification sound from the system, Arthur was also stunned, and he was motivated to protect the Rockets again. He just took a Ho-Oh video, and the system gave him such a luxurious reward. This wave is definitely worth it. Not to mention the Alakazam. The Toxic Orb and the Earth Gem are very important things to Arthur now. In this world, props such as Toxic Orbs and Earth Gem can not only be carried on the body and play a huge role in battle, but also allow the corresponding Pokémon to absorb the energy inside, which can greatly shorten the growth rate of Pokémon. Is not the same as eating energy cubes, after all. Energy cubes provide nutrition, and these treasures provide elemental energy. If you use it more, you can even let Pokémon break the limit of talent, so that the potential can be improved. Giovanni's Beedrill obviously is a typical example of this. It's just a pity that the system only gives Alakazam instead of Gardevoir. But Alakazam, the Pokémon of Team Rocket's Hooligans, seems to be pretty good too. It seems good to carry the old man with you. The Pokémon given by the system can be cultivated as your own special forces. That guy's gone, Arthur reminded. Looking at Ash, who had left, and then at Misty. "Aw, thank you." Misty obviously hadn't recovered from the shocking news before. Hearing Arthur's reminders, he looked at Ash's original position again, and his face became even more furious. "My bike." God is sorry. Misty's family background can definitely be considered good. Not to mention the inheritance left by her parents, that is. Her sisters can get a lot of money by performing water ballet. It's just that I can't stand it. Bicycles in this world are too expensive. Even Misty can't afford to have his bicycle destroyed by others. That guy's Pikachu is seriously injured. You can go to the Pokémon Center in Takiwa City to find him. Arthur reminded and left. Although he wants to maintain Arthur's vest, it's impossible for him to show too much hospitality. Misty is not Ash, so he will still have a certain degree of precaution. A reminder is enough. This also laid the foundation for their subsequent encounter. "Hey." Misty sighed slightly when he saw Arthur leaving directly. Feeling a little lost, then ran to the bicycle beside him, picked it up, and walked towards the location of Vikapan City. He will make that B*******D pay the corresponding price. When Arthur returned to Takiwa City, it was already dark. But because the Rockets were doing something in Takiwa City recently, there seemed to be a lot more patrols on the streets. But it didn't affect Arthur's daily life. It was just the Rockets. The trio's small fights are nothing more than a small fight. How could the normal Rockets go to Takiwa City to make troubles? This is the base camp of the Rockets. Everyone come out. Back home, Arthur threw 4 Pokémon balls, and the 4 Pokémon appeared in Arthur's room. He looked at Alakazam beside him. "When did Grandpa come to their team?" Alakazam nodded respectfully to Arthur, and then looked around curiously, as if looking for something. Arthur looked at Alakazam suspiciously, and at the same time checked the information of Alakazam curiously. He felt that this Alakazam had something weird, but it was an indescribable feeling. Although he knew that the product produced by the system must be a high-quality product, he also wondered about the situation of Alakazam. Pokémon Alakazam attribute, psychic height 1. 62 m, racial average height is 1.5 m. Weight 46 kg, racial average weight is 48.0 kg. Ability, mental power, magic defense skills, kinesis. Teleport, confusion, disable, Cybem, miracle, I reflect. Psycho, cut, recover, telekinesis, ally, switch, psychic. Calm mind, future, sight trick. Strength, gymnasium level, intermediate. Potential, elite. System evaluation, Alakazam is very good. It has a very high IQ, but its mind is not on Pokémon battles. It loves reading, is proficient in economics, Pokémon tactics, computer programming, and likes to show off its intelligence. Suggestion: it is the responsibility of Pokémon trainer to cultivate Pokémon according to their preferences. The host can use Alakazam's super high IQ to do something, and it will be your best military advisor. Looking at the evaluation of the system, Arthur was also stunned for a while. He didn't expect that he was still a WHO professor. The potential of the elite level is not bad for Pokémon, and even Alakazam at the gym level is enough for Arthur to face many crises. Of course, the most important thing is that Alakazam's IQ seems to be really high, and it seems that it was once considered the Pokémon with the highest IQ. "Are you looking for these?" Arthur walked into the study, took out a few books that he was usually studying, and asked Alakazam. Alakazam glanced at the title of the book, shook his head with a look of disdain, and almost didn't write the word disdain on his face. Obviously, teacher who disdains these books. Seeing Alakazam like this, Arthur also smiled and took out a few tactics understanding books. Then what about this one? You must know that there is also a book in it. Giovanni's understanding of ground Pokémon. Teacher who just took these books from Arthur's hand, showing a satisfied look. By the way, Alakazam, do you understand economics? Suddenly Arthur seemed to remember something and asked Alakazam in this regard. Teacher who just nodded slightly, saying that if you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Then Alakazam, you will be in charge of stock trading from now on. After thinking for a while, Arthur patted Alakazam on the shoulder and said, I'll apply for a stock account online tomorrow, and then I'll put 1 million in it and the rest will be up to you. As you. Arthur believes in the ability of Alakazam given by the system. Since the system says that Alakazam is good at these things, it must be good at it. At worst, it will be a loss of 1 million. He still deserves it. Alakazam was dumbfounded when he heard Arthur's words. Did he ask himself to trade in stocks? He won't. Although for stock trading, who teacher said that he may be the Pokémon who understands the economy and stock trading the most in the world. Even among human beings, there are not many people who understand the economy better than himself. But have you ever seen people on financial programs on TV make a lot of money by speculating in stocks? Why should they teach you if they can make money themselves? In terms of stock trading, most of the drowned people think they understand. Normal and what they analyzed are all leaks that should be bought. However, this matter seems to be very interesting. And teacher who expressed that he is very interested. I saw teacher who patted his chest and said, leave it to me. Okay, let's meet the other friends. Let's get along well in the future. Arthur reminded with a smile. Volcarona and Alakazam glanced at each other and greeted each other. They are all Pokémon produced by the system, so naturally there will be no conflicts. Gible glanced at Alakazam then at Volcarona, and his heart tightened even more. It seemed that his path to defeating Volcarona and becoming the boss seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Originally, he was expecting Volcarona and Alakazam to fight, and then he took advantage of it and to defeat both, and become the brightest cub in the team. But Bulbasaur showed a well-behaved look. Whether it is Volcarona or Alakazam, it is a big boss for it. It needs to grow up quickly under the big boss, and it doesn't know when it will grow to the strength of the big brother and the second brother. By the way, this is for you. Arthur picked up the toxic orb and the earth gem necklace, handed them to Bulbasaur and Gible respectively and said, usually you are responsible for absorbing the energy inside, which will help you quickly. Growth works. Wow. Gible became excited the moment he heard the strengthening, and hung the earth gem on his head, but found that it couldn't be hung on his neck, but could only be tied to his forehead, also enough. But Bulbasaur, looking at the toxic orb, couldn't help but lick it, which almost startled Arthur. Can this thing be licked casually? Sigma, Japanese letter De. Japanese letter. Bulbasaur's behavior obviously startled Arthur. It was a toxic orb, there is toxic on it. Even when Arthur handled the toxic orb before, was careful. But Bulbasaur licked it directly with his tongue. If it was a normal Pokémon, might be directly poisoned. Right, however, Bulbasaur didn't know what dangerous thing he was doing. Instead, he held the toxic orb and licked it constantly, as if he was tasting some delicious food. There was no sign of poisoning at all. Alakazam on the side glanced at his trainer with rare and strange eyes, picked up the pen and paper on the side, and controlled the pen with psychic to write on the paper. Bulbasaur, as a Pokémon of poison type, will not be affected by the poison on the toxic orb. But during this time, before Bulbasaur can control his poison, it may emit poison at any time. You need to be careful. And the antidote for this poison normal is difficult to detoxify. Arthur looked at the note written by Alakazam, and felt complicated for a Willias expected of Professor Who. He even knew these things. It seems that I don't need to find any breeders in the future. It's just that the current Bulbasaur has directly become an old poison. What should I do next? Will I be poisoned by my own Pokémon into Pokémon Center? But Arthur didn't remind Bulbasaur after all that the kid had been exercising very hard during this time. The kind that Arthur didn't need to worry about. Okay, I'm going to prepare dinner. Tomorrow we will go to the Viridian Forest for special training. After Gible's baby period is over, we will go on a trip. Arthur said to his group of Pokémon. Although he hasn't traveled yet, and there are only 4 Pokémon, Arthur is full of reverie about the future, Gana. Bulbasaur kept licking the toxic jade as ice cream. And at the same time, he was waiting for today's dinner with some anticipation. After a day of training, Git was also a little hungry. But when it got excited, there would be poisonous gas from its body it radiated out. And Arthur, who was not far away, was just within the range of the poisonous mist. This scene made the faces of all the Pokémon change slightly in an instant. It's not long after I finished speaking right. Arthur also felt uncomfortable for a while. Quickly took out the antidote on the side and ate it. And then said worriedly, Alakazam, take me to the Pokémon Center. A Pokémon from Alliance breeder brat. Is this the one who found out that I am Team Rocket? And wants to kill Meth trainer really? Well, this is of course Arthur's imagination. Once a creature like Pokémon chooses and recognizes its trainer. Unless the trainer does something that disappoints it. Otherwise it will be loyal. Even willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. In the Pokémon Center. Misty found Ash in the Pokémon Center with his disused bicycle on his shoulder. He was about to question him angrily. But when he saw Ash's anxious appearance, Misty also sighed softly. The inner anger also dissipated. As someone who loves Pokémon, who can question Ash on this matter? If I were myself, I'm afraid I would do the same thing. Where's Miss Joey? Just when Misty was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded and an Alakazam, with a person and a Bulbasaur, quickly came to the Pokémon Center. Hey, it's that handsome guy. Misty looked at Arthur's group in surprise after all. Such a handsome guy is hard to forget. Miss Joey is in the emergency room, what can you do? Ash felt that Arthur had seen it somewhere, so he asked. I'm poisoned, I need Miss Joey to test it. Arthur's face also became weird over the years. He has been safe and sound. But he did not expect that the first time he came to the Pokémon Center for treatment, it was because of his own Pokémon after taking antidote. Arthur felt that his health was much better. But there should be a checkup, it still needs to be needed. By the way, let Ms. Joey test the poison of Bulbasaur to see if a special medicine can be formulated. After all, he will be going on a trip in the near future. If one is accidentally poisoned, or poisons other Pokémon to death, it will not be fun. Poisoned, Misty glanced at Bulbasaur with a strange face. Would such a docile Pokémon poison his trainer Ash? On the other hand, looked at Bulbasaur full of excitement. This is still Bulbasaur. I almost got it today, no. Even if you come here 10,000 times, you are still Pishin's life. Under the leadership of other medical staff from the Pokémon Center, Arthur went for a physical examination, and even took Bulbasaur for the examination. After getting the results of the examination, Arthur's face also became strange, good guy. No wonder he felt that Bulbasaur's poison seemed to be very good this time. It turned out that this guy learned toxic unconsciously by licking the toxic orb. But this toxic is still in its infancy, and it will take a long time, only then can it be mastered. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that going to the hospital this time is not a loss. After learning toxic, he will learn protect and substitute at that time. Arthur said that his Venusaur will disgust all trainers all over the world. Substitute protect poison itself is the core tactic of Venusaur. At the same time, Venusaur is also the core of the best Sunny team and Kingsha team. Choosing Bulbasaur, generally speaking, the tactical value will definitely not be less than that of Charmander. But Squirtle, well, in fact, the simple turtle is not weak at all. If it can Mega Evolvate is also a nightmare existence. In the first generation of Usagi, none of them was weak. Congratulations because you took the antidote in time. It's not a big deal. The doctor smiled and said to Arthur, "But your Bulbasaur toxic is more dangerous than normal Pokémon toxic. So be careful in the future. Is there any antidote for the current Bulbasaur toxic?" Arthur looked at the sky silently. This kind of situation often happens to other people. The Pokémon of the Pokémon raising poison has never been poisoned by his own Pokémon into the Pokémon Center. Have you ever raised a Pokémon of the poison type? It can be made for you. The doctor didn't refuse and said directly. Then I'm going to trouble you, Arthur sighed lightly. This is actually not bad. At least it proves that Bulbasaur's combat power is stronger than normal's Bulbasaur. Doesn't it? When Arthur came to the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Ash and Misty rushed over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Arthur glanced at the two in a little surprise. He and Misty had spoken a few words, but silly, what's going on? "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town." Ash smiled and introduced himself to Arthur. "Japan City, Arthur." Arthur nodded slightly. "I'm Misty from Cerulean City." Misty quickly introduced herself. "By the way, you are inside. Did you see a Pikachu?" Immediately afterwards, Ash asked again, "Inside?" After all, he couldn't get in. And Arthur seemed to come out of the emergency room again. Arthur instantly understood that it wasn't me he cared about. But he still said, "No, I just checked and didn't see Pikachu." Just after Arthur's voice fell, the door of the emergency room was opened again. And Chansey pushed Pikachu, who was sitting on the cart, and came out. Miss Joey at the side first glanced at Arthur and nodded slightly to him. This handsome guy is very impressive. But he didn't expect Bulbasaur to develop such a powerful poison so quickly. He is indeed a very good genius. Then he said to Ash, "Your Pikachu is fine. Take good care of it in the future, Pika." Pikachu also jumped into Ash's arms directly. And Charm became cute, obviously, because of the previous behavior. Pikachu also fully recognized his stupid shit-shoveling officer. "That's great, Pikachu," Ash said happily. Then turned his gaze to Arthur and said, "Arthur, you are also a novice trainee, right? Let's have a fight." He hasn't had a proper Pokémon battle yet, and he can't wait. "Idiot, Arthur was just poisoned. How could he fight you? And Pikachu has just recovered, so you let him fight like this." "It's not good for Pikachu," Misty said to Ash, dissatisfied. "Today doesn't seem suitable for fighting. Let's put the fighting on the trip. If we meet on the trip, it won't be too late to start our fight." Arthur chuckled, not because he was afraid of stupid things. It's the current Ashavan if he defeats the opponent. It's meaningless and Pikachu's strength. Pokémon Pikachu attributes: electricity. Ability: static electricity, lightning rod. Skills: tail whip, thunder shock, growl, thunder charge. Strength evaluation: potential. System review: the Pokémon favored by fate, when it stops paddling, has a certain chance of bursting out with amazing combat power. Even if it is a god, it may not be its rival. Seeing this evaluation, Arthur was also silent for a while. As expected of you, Pikachu. Even the system knows that your usual performance is paddling. You can't hide it from me, but Pikachu, just Pikachu. Maybe it's also good to get a Pikachu myself in the future. Of course the potential must be high, of course, even so. Arthur will not be afraid of stupid things. He has already replaced Professor Who's Pokémon Ball, making him a registered Pokémon after all. He does not intend to use Alakazam to do things. In Arthur's plan, Alakazam is in charge of logistics. But even so, he doesn't think that Alakazam will lose to Pikachu. Even if it's an explosive seed. It's impossible to leapfrog so much, right? Is that so? Then we must fight hard next time. Hearing what Arthur and Misty said, Ash also said, full of fighting spirit. Just when Arthur was about to say something, the lights in the Pokémon Center went out. And when everyone started to panic, the wall on the side seemed to be blown apart by something. "What's the matter?" Ash asked stupidly. Arthur was speechless for a while. He didn't expect the trio to come. But the path of these three people has narrowed. Didn't you see that the Prince of the Rockets is still here? We will tell you with great mercy. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Okay. You don't need to talk about it, I know you are the Rockets. Arthur rubbed his temples with some headaches. These three guys are real. Takiwa is the base camp of the Rockets, do something here. Professor Who send them to heaven, Arthur sighed softly. And as his words fell, before the Rockets trio could say anything, Alakazam's eyes had already exuded cyanwood-colored psychic. And he directly sent the Rockets trio was blasted out. This Alakazam is so strong. Seeing Alakazam's appearance, Misty couldn't help swallowing. This can already be used as the main Pokémon of the gym trainer. Right. Coupled with the tacit understanding between Arthur and Alakazam, it seems that Arthur is also a very good Pokémon trainer. Thank you so much, Arthur, Miss Joey said gratefully. You're welcome, as long as you can make the antidote for me as soon as possible. Arthur chuckled, but he was curious. Would the idiots of the trio come after him in the future? That's a lot of fun, the Rockets. Ash looked at Arthur suspiciously. He didn't understand what was going on with the Rockets. They looked like a bunch of bad guys. The villainous organization in name is actually doing Pokémon poaching and trading. Arthur glanced at Ash lightly, but there are also many guys who are depressed because of Alliance's corruption. It's a paradise for the poor. But they are all looking for trouble with rich people. And there are very few cases of attacking Pokémon Center. It is likely to be a disguise. Arthur's words instantly left Misty and Ms. Joey speechless. You said in the Pokémon Center that Alliance is corrupt. Is such a thing really good? You know, Pokémon Center is the place of Alliance. Some things are fine to think about in your heart. And there is no need to say them out, for example. The Joey family can also be regarded as the core family of the Alliance. But Ms. Joey is a real family that does things for people. And the Pokémon Center is the private territory of the Joey family. Go to the Pokémon Center, in fact. The Joey family is somewhat dissatisfied with the Alliance. And of course they are even more dissatisfied with Team Rocket. Which poached Pokémon, they can't change anything. They can only help those trainers and Pokémon who are in trouble within their ability. However, considering that the opponent just took action to solve the Rockets, and what he said was fair, Ms. Joey chose to turn a blind eye, perhaps. Arthur also witnessed something bad. But he opened his mouth, said, however, in Viking City. Because of the relationship of the owner Giovanni, very few Rockets dare to come here to Viking City to do anything wrong. It's a pity that the owner of Giovanni seems to have something to go out these days. When it comes to Giovanni, even Joey is full of reverence. She is able to share her Pokémon training methods and tactical configurations for free, which is not something that normal's Pokémon trainer can do. Perhaps in the eyes of some traditionists, Giovanni is stupid and an act of digging his own grave. But in the eyes of Miss Joey, the owner Giovanni is a great person, master. Ash looked at Miss Joey with some doubts, obviously. I don't know much about the owner of the gymnasium. Perhaps those guys are Pokémon hunters who know the Rockets slogan and come out to do things in the Rockets garb. After all, there is never a shortage of Pokémon hunters here in the Viridian Forest. Afterwards, Arthur also had some intentions. Said pointing, Miss Joey nodded slightly. It is true that there will be many poachers in the Viridian Forest. Then I'll take my leave first. As for the antidote, I'll come and get it tomorrow morning. Then Arthur looked at Miss Joey and asked, okay. This time you helped our Pokémon Center. So the antidote will be prepared by me myself. And you won't be charged, Ms. Joey said with a smile, please don't refuse. Arthur nodded, then I will trouble you. Immediately afterwards, he greeted Ash and Misty again and left when he got home. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Arthur was lying on the sofa, exhausted training in the field, getting wet in the rain, seeing Ho, being poisoned by his own Bulbasaur. And again meet the Rockets, what a damn day. Tired, dirty, and hungry, Arthur felt more tired than ever. Bulbasaur looked at Arthur full of guilt. If it wasn't for it, Arthur wouldn't have entered the Pokémon Center. It's okay, don't worry about it. On the contrary, I'm still very happy. I will continue to work hard and strive to learn stronger poison. Arthur patted the seed on Bulbasaur's back and said, as for the body, he didn't dare to touch it for the time being. This garlic bee ****D is full of poison glands all over his body. Before he can control his poison well, he might really die. Gonna. Listening to Arthur's words, Bulbasaur was very moved. Did he not intend to argue with himself and let himself make persistent efforts? Don't worry, trainer, I will evolve a more powerful poison. The young master seems to have subdued an Alakazam that is not bad. The real bird on the other side reported to Giovanni the information that Arthur had an Alakazam that had landed in Pokédex. Alakazams don't worry, Giovanni said after thinking about it for a while. What's the point of getting an Alakazam now that the Ho-Oh thing happened? He now feels that his nephew is a person with high-key luck. And perhaps something extraordinary may happen to him. Yes, Makoto nodded slightly, not long ago. The young master went to the Pokémon Center to detoxify because of Bulbasaur's poison. And those three guys happened to invade the Pokémon Center. And the young master used Alakazam to deal with it. Bulbasaur's poison. Giovanni narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he remembered something. Yes, it seems to be a Bulbasaur with very good talent. It has just learned Toxic not long after it was tamed. Makoto is worthy of being the chief steward of the Rockets. He knows all these things clearly. As expected of the Rockets, even the Pokémon Center is full of Team Rocket people. It's not bad, Giovanni nodded slightly this time. It's a good thing for him to make a shot. He better concealed his identity as the Rockets. In this regard, he was very successful. As for the three guys, let them go. Speaking of Jesse James and Meowth trio, Giovanni also had a headache. Jesse's mother, who used to be her mother's most loyal subordinate, was also the one who desperately brought Mewsgene back for the Rockets, and even sacrificed for it. James comes from the Sasaki family and is an ally of the Rockets. As long as they don't betray the Rockets, Giovanni will turn a blind eye inside the Rockets. They also belong to the team directly under Giovanni. And no one can command them, Venusaur, Garchomp, Alakazam. If these Pokémon are used as the core configuration, then Charizard, Ninetales, and Bangira seem to be good choices, Giovanni murmured. The real bird on the side raised his glasses. The boss of his own family really worked hard for the young master. But these Pokémon for the Rockets seem to be nothing. Even Bangira, who is a quasi-god, you know. The young master's Gible is a Pokémon egg that the boss Giovanni personally sent to snatch. Its origin is not simple at all. Arthur didn't know that Giovanni had already started to plan his lineup. After he had a delicious meal, he took a shower and rested. And not long after he fell asleep, Bulbasaur on the first floor jumped to the side of Teacher who was still reading. Ghana, Teacher Who. Please train a well-behaved JPG appearance. Teacher Who glanced at Bulbasaur, showing a teachable appearance, and pointed to the treadmill beside him. Bulbasaur showed a clear expression in an instant, and quickly ran to the treadmill grouped with the rattan. And pressed I flipped the switch to start and started running. Well, Gible also glanced at Bulbasaur's running appearance curiously. Is this guy working so hard? If this continues, when can I become the boss at that time? Even Bulbasaur might not be able to catch up. And it also looked at Teacher Who with big eyes blinking. He wanted Teacher Who to train him. But it was a pity that Teacher Who's eyes glowed blue. And after a blink of an eye, Gible fell into a coma. What is the little brat training? Let's go to rest obediently. Volcarona, hanging on the wall, glanced at the fainted Gible and nodded in satisfaction. This child's potential is very good. But he is too young and needs to go through the infancy before he can exercise. Teacher Who nodded slightly to Volcarona, then pushed his glasses and flipped through books about stock trading. Professor Who is both excited and apprehensive about his trainer asking him to speculate in stocks. However, if he can show his high IQ in this respect, it seems to be very good. Set yourself a small goal and acquire the Shilef group. From now on, it will be called Alakazam Fight. Bulbasaur, keep going, you're doing great. Don't slack off, Gible. I'll reward you with a can of beef after running the 100 meters. In the Viridian Forest, Arthur continued to direct Bulbasaur and Gible to train. It's been a week since they parted from Ash and the others. And Gible has finally passed the toddler period and can carry out regular training. He took a few Pokémon out for training, preparing for the final training before the trip. Ash and the others left Viking City on the third day, and Arthur said that he could not be too far behind Ash and the others. Otherwise, those opportunities would not be his turn. Alakazam teacher who looked up various materials. After a week of operation, Professor who not only failed to make money but also lost 100. Zero yuan, which made the proud Alakazam unacceptable. Stocks in this world, we don't you follow the rules. Why don't the stocks that should go up, we don't they go up? After entering the Viridian Forest, it goes directly into the forest to find powerful rival or secret treasures. In the oldest and most extensive forest in the Pokémon world, there are countless powerful wild Pokémon. Gym-level Pokémon are not even totems here. And elite champion-level Pokémon are not absent in the depths of the Viridian Forest. Similarly, there are also a large number of natural treasures here. Countless adventurers have gone deep into the Viridian Forest just to find these natural treasures. If they can find some useful ones, then they can let them eat and drink for a long time. It's been a while, but again, this is also one of the places with the highest death rate, with countless adventurers and Pokémon dying here every year. Arthur himself didn't choose to go deep into the evergreen forest, but let Volcarona explore on his own. He didn't want Volcarona to find any precious Pokémon or natural treasures, but wanted Volcarona to find rival by himself. With Volcarona's current strength, it is very difficult for Arthur to help it. It needs a lot of fighting and training to improve its strength. Because of some plans, it is not convenient for Volcarona to follow him for a long time. It's a pity that Arthur is not like the protagonists of other system novels, who carry the small world with him. Otherwise, he can provide Volcarona with a training environment to improve himself. With Volcarona's strength, Arthur didn't need to worry too much about its safety. Even if he couldn't bait it, he would have no problem running away, Gible over them. After hearing Arthur's reward, originally wanted to slack off, but he also ran with all his strength and quickly, surpassing Bulbasaur not far away in an instant. Bulbasaur also ran not to be outdone, seeing that his Pokémon were working hard in different forms. Arthur also smiled and continued to focus on the fishing rod he had placed aside. Unfortunately, he hadn't caught a fish for a long time. Young man, your little friends are all very good. Not far from him, a middle-aged uncle said meaningfully. This uncle is a ranger in the Viridian Forest, but he seems to like fishing very much at ordinary times. Arthur has seen him here for several days in a row. The uncle's home seems to be nearby, and the two of them are considered to be destined. After fishing for several days in a row, they can be regarded as acquaintances, yeah. They're all working hard, and they're going to go on a trip soon. They need the most basic training otherwise. It's hard to have such an opportunity during the trip. Arthur sighed softly. Indeed, Pokémon training is essential nowadays. Many trainers only know about fighting, but they have forgotten about Pokémon training. If there is no perfect training, how can Pokémon improve its strength only by fighting? This is the same as that of wild Pokémon. What's the difference if you exercise by yourself? The uncle nodded approvingly, approving of Arthur's words. I always feel like you're alluding to someone, but I'm embarrassed to say, Uncle was also an excellent trainer when he was young. Right, since he had nothing to do. Arthur also opened his mouth to chat as a forest ranger. The other party knows some interesting news. Yeah, Uncle. I was the highest scorer in the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but I lost to the final champion. The uncle seemed to be nostalgic for the past, and said with a little sigh, but I can compete with that strong man. Fighting I am worthwhile, oh too. Arthur raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. It's the current dragon elite do. said the uncle full of longing. Huh. Arthur was also taken aback for a moment. Uncle, are you only in your 30s? He thought the other party was in his 40s. But he didn't expect that he was only in his 30s, after all. The Indigo Plateau Conference has an age requirement. Only people between the ages of 16 and 25 can participate. It is specially prepared for teenagers. The event was even dubbed the Baby Cup by some experts. However, most of the powerhouses are also from the Baby Cup. Of course I'm only in my 30s, the uncle said angrily. I was only 22 at that time and Duelite was only 16. But he defeated me without any suspense. No matter how hard I tried, I could only defeat him. A Pokémon 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye. His words were full of regret and pride. It seems that in his opinion, defeating only one Pokémon of the opponent is not something that makes people feel uncomfortable, but something worth bragging about normal. I have fought with Yulong Duth's bull. He may be able to brag for a lifetime. Arthur was a little silent. Is this the Pokémon World version that Senjujuma and I fought? But before he could say anything, a blonde-haired girl in a straw hat and jeans ran over quickly with a Pichu in her arms. And behind her was a dirty Eevee. He looked nervously at Eevee in the girl's arms. Oh Xiao Huang, what's the matter? The uncle looked at the girl, then at Pichu in her arms, and asked suspiciously, this Pichu is poisoned. But my ability seems to be unable to save it. Xiao Huang said nervously. Xiao Huang. Arthur glanced at Xiao Huang with some surprise. He didn't expect this one to appear too. So what about Chia? Sure enough, in this world, there are too many powerful Pokémon trainers. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And it is too difficult for us, Team Rocket. Hearing Xiao Huang's words, the uncle glanced at Arthur warily. He knew how special his niece's ability was. It can make countless big forces go crazy. Although the uncle is only a small forest ranger, he also knows that once this kind of information is exposed, Xiao Huang will disappear without anyone noticing, and then enter the Alliance's laboratory. The blood is still relatively light, and may even encounter dissection. That's the power of Perdana. With this power, you can not only heal Pokémon, but also perceive Pokémon's emotions, and even make most Pokémon like it. This is simply the treatment of the Chosen One. There are many people in Alliance with special abilities, such as the power of Yulong, which is almost the special ability of the Yulong family. And Alliance dare not act rashly. But there are many psychics. Some of them are strong. Some of them are very weak. For a long time, psychics have been the object of research. It wasn't until these years that psychics began to form groups that the situation improved. Fortunately, when the uncle saw Arthur curiously looking at Pichu and Eevee in Xiao Huang's arms, he was slightly relieved. That's right. How could a 16-year-old child know the legendary power of Viridian woolen cloth? If it's poisoning, I have an antidote here. Arthur skillfully took out the antidote he carried with him and said, in order to prevent himself from being poisoned by Bulbasaur again one day. He has developed the habit of taking out the antidote at any time. Ah, thank you, big brother. Seeing Arthur, Xiao Huang was also shocked by this handsome face, and then said gratefully, as expected of a trainer who is going on a trip, he carries an antidote with him. The uncle also said with a hearty smile, no, it's my Bulbasaur who can't control the poison on his body. Arthur complained silently, but it made the Bulbasaur on the side tilt his head innocently. Then it also looked curiously at Xiao Huang, who was not far away. The breath on this Stephanie made him feel so kind and warm. When Xiao Huang detoxified Pichu, Arthur looked at Pichu curiously. Pokémon Pichu. Attribute Electricity. Ability Static Electricity Lightning Rod. Skills Tail Whip Thunder Shock Charm Sweet Kiss Chard. Strength Evaluation Novice Potential Champion. Systematic Review Pichu has strength and potential. Is kind and cute, intertwined with the fate of a certain girl. Arthur looked at Pichu's attribute with a little shock, and couldn't help being amazed. It really is Xiao Huang's Pichu in the special chapter. This Pikachu is still the daughter-in-law of Lord Kai's Pikachu. If this Pikachu is how will it be used in the future? The Pichu of champion talent. The wool that can understand. Arthur really began to envy these so-called protagonists. Although Pichu is not Ash's skin god and can challenge the legendary Pokémon, Xiao Wang's Pichu is not bad. And it doesn't need to delete numbers and retrain in a new place. It was really enviable. And then Arthur looked at Eevee, who was aside. Pokémon Eevee attribute, normal. Ability, adaptability, danger perception skills, covet. Help growl, tackle, tail, whip, sand, attack, baby doll eyes. Quick attack, strength rating, normal potential, champion. System evaluation, Eevee, who is very talented. Has been wandering around since she was a child. And has a strong heart that will never give in, F***K. Seeing Eevee's evaluation, Arthur said that he was moved. Pichu's talent is very good and he can understand why Eevee, who has the potential to be a champion, will appear here. This unscientific. Could this be the so-called protagonist Halo? If this is the case, do you want to bring the protagonist by your side, Bui? Chinese letter, as if feeling Arthur's gaze. Eevee grinned at Arthur for a while, and Arthur couldn't help but feel cute with such a fierce look. This Eevee is Pichu's friend, and they have been wandering around here all the time. But because of their strength, their life has not been very good. The uncle said with a little sigh, there are also many trainers who wanted to subdue it. But it has not been successful so far. If you like, you can try to subdue it. Hey, don't you prepare it for Xiao Huang. Arthur looked at the uncle in surprise. If it was him, he would definitely keep all these talented Pokémon for himself to tame. Hello. Xiao Huang doesn't really like to fight because of his personality. The uncle looked at Xiao Huang with a complicated look. Pichu is very suitable for Xiao Huang. But this Eevee is very covet and stronger. The Pokémon here is it belongs to everyone, not a certain person or a certain force. If Eevee is willing to follow you, I will not object. In the same way, the uncle is giving Arthur a favor. Even if Arthur knows the truth in the future, if he has a conscience, he will not tell about Xiao Huang's situation. Is that so? Arthur stroked his chin. Eevee, it seems really good. He strolled forward and came to Eevee, who was looking at him vigilantly. He bent down and said, hey, little Guido, you want to become stronger. He wanted to touch Eevee's little head. But Eevee, he bit his hand in one bite. Oh, sure enough. I just don't have this kind of protagonist fate. Could this be Rabi's big brother? Xiao Huang nervously looked at Arthur in front of him and said with concern, Gonna garnus wow. Bulbasaur and Gible also rushed to Arthur's side quickly, shouting at Eevee for a while, even ready to strike at any moment. Professor Hu glanced at the scene and felt that there was no problem, then continued to study stocks with a tablet. It's just a little thing, don't worry about it, Bui. Japanese letter hash, after letting go of Arthur's hand. Eevee also looked at Bulbasaur and Gible full of fighting spirit, but looked at Professor Hu, who was not far away. It felt a mortal threat in Alakazam. That Alakazam is strong, far from being able to deal with it now. Perhaps this is indeed a very powerful trainer. Okay kids, you're kidding me. Arthur stopped Bulbasaur and Gible, and explained to the two little ones with a smile instead. Well, Gible showed a look ready to move when he heard the words. Are you kidding? This frightened Arthur and said quickly, Gible, don't mess around, I was bitten by you and I killed it. Wow, Gible showed a disappointed look. Big brother, your Pokémon likes you very much. Xiao Huang on the side said with a smile. She could feel the deep affection between Arthur and his Pokémon. Do you like it? As long as you don't want to kill me, it's fine. Arthur smiled wryly. Bulbasaur poisoned himself from time to time, and Gible wanted to bite himself even more. If it wasn't for his fate, he might really be killed by his own Pokémon kill, skin. Just when Xiao Huang was about to say something, Pichu in Xiao Huang's arms also woke up, and seeing himself in Xiao Huang's arms, he quickly hugged Xiao Huang booty. Seeing his little friend recovering, Eevee also showed a look of joy, with a short tail that kept shacking just like a teddy. Look, this looks like a good relationship. Arthur sighed lightly, but his Pokémon didn't seem to be suitable for being charming in his arms. This Pichu's talent is very good. If you have the chance, please subdue it. If some people know about its talent and potential, it may bring you great troubles. Brother, are you talking about this Pichu? The uncle said with a slightly heavy tone, if I'm not wrong. Xiao Huang should be the one who has the power of Viridian this time. Right? Arthur's words made the uncle's heart sink. And I also have special abilities. I can see Pokémon are gifted and know how to breed them. He is not afraid that his uncle will leak his information. He is the evil Team Rocket. Xiao Huang is still the successor of Viridian power. If there is a big exposure, let's see who hurts whom. What? There is such an ability, the uncle was shocked. Even Professor Oak can't do that, can it? I'm afraid he can only roughly see whether Pokémon's potential is good or bad. But he can't know the specifics on the other hand. Xiao Huang looked at Arthur with admiration. This big brother is so powerful. She didn't care much about Pokémon's qualifications, but she didn't know how to train Pokémon. This Eevee also has the same potential as Pichu. And even if it is cultivated properly, it can become a Pokémon with champion talent. Arthur said lightly to stroke Eevee's head. But this time Eevee did not like before go bite Arthur. Just turn his head away / so that it won't admit that it's moved by Arthur's words. Champion bro, are you kidding me? Even the uncle was shocked as a Pokémon trainer. He naturally knew the preciousness of the champion Pokémon. If these two Pokémon were dedicated to the Alliance or the big family, if so, I am afraid that I will not have to worry about eating and drinking for a few lifetimes. But the uncle is obviously not such a person. Otherwise, he would not be able to teach a child like Xiao Huang. It's just that two Pokémon with champion talents appear together and happen to be beside them. This kind of thing feels unreal no matter how it sounds. Of course not, I'm very confident in my eyesight. Arthur said with a smile, these two children's talents are surprisingly not outstanding. Of course, if Eevee refuses to leave with me in the end, I also hope that you can live well. Teach this child that he is a natural fighter. Warrior. Xiao Huang hesitated. In fact, she also likes Eevee very much, to be precise. She likes any Pokémon, but Xiao Huang doesn't like Pokémon fighting very much. Compared with Pokémon trainers, Xiao Huang wants to be a Pokémon, an excellent breeder. It's just that Pichu and Eevee seem to have been together since they were young. If they are separate, will Pichu be very sad? Or should the big brother take Pichu away? Will I bury Pichu's talent, Clefairy Pichu? Pichu seemed to sense Xiao Huang's mood, and quickly called out with dancing. Okay, Kyukyu, I get it, you don't want to leave me. I won't leave you either, hearing Pichu's words. Xiao Huang comforted Pichu with a smile and rubbed his head. Then Pichu called out to Eevee again. And Eevee fell silent when he heard Pichu's words. What is Pichu talking about? Arthur asked curiously. He is very envious of Xiao Huang. Who can understand Pokémon's words? Kyukyo is convincing Eevee. Xiao Huang explained with a smile. It hopes that Eevee can pursue its own dreams, instead of being dragged down here by it. Kyukyo also hopes that Eevee can become a powerful Pokémon. Arthur smiled and nodded. Actually, you also need to train Pichu, its talent is too good. Even if your goal is not to become an excellent Pokémon trainer, you still have to be responsible for it. And your special ability will make you falling into danger. It is the best way for you and Pichu to become stronger. As he spoke, he left his contact information and said, if you have any questions about training, you can ask me. Of course, your uncle may also be a good trainer. Xiao Huang took Arthur's contact information, smiled and said, thank you very much, big brother. You are a good person. No, I'm the evil Team Rocket. How could he be a good person? By Japanese letter FF54 Chinese letter. After Arthur left the contact information, Eevee stared at Arthur full of fighting spirit and called out. Eevee wants to fight with you. If you can defeat it, it will live with you. Xiao Huang quickly explained. Okay, if that's the case, it's up to you, Bulbasaur. Arthur directly shouted to Bulbasaur beside him. Gana Garna, Bulbasaur quickly stood up his brat, who bit his own trainer before to see if he didn't poison him to death. Bye. Eevee stomped on her little foot and rushed towards Bulbasaur. Quick attack Bulbasaur, block it, then use toxic. Arthur said hastily, Garner, as Arthur's voice fell. Eevee had already arrived in front of Bulbasaur, and his petite body tackle on Bulbasaur's head, which made Bulbasaur's body lose its balance and flew upside down. But from Bulbasaur's big mouth, a blue-purple liquid also came out, contaminating the body of Eevee, who was close at hand. Bye. Eevee was shocked instantly, and it felt incomparably uncomfortable. Use the Vine Whip while you're at it, Arthur continued. Zgana. Vine Whip came out from the seed behind Bulbasaur along the growth, and quickly rushed towards the opposite Eevee. Just when he was about to hit Eevee, Eevee's figure flashed and avoided Bulbasaur's Vine Whip attack. It's just that the sad expression on his face seems to be getting more and more obvious. However, Revan, under the influence of toxic, Eevee's fighting spirit remains undiminished. Keep using the Vine Whip. Arthur gave Eevee a satisfied look before continuing. Under Bulbasaur's control, Vine Whip seemed to be alive as normal, constantly attacking Eevee. And Eevee is also relying on its own ability and speed to quickly dodge. This also made the uncle on the side gradually recognize Arthur's previous words. Even if he is still young, even if he has not undergone formal training, the talent shown by Eevee is still visible to the naked eye. Once there is an excellent Pokémon trainer, nutrition and training can keep up, then Eevee's strength will grow rapidly. He didn't regret it but was really happy for Eevee. Then the uncle looked at Pichu in Xiao Huang's arms. Perhaps this Pichu is really as powerful as the little brother said, and it seems that he wants to teach Xiao Huang how to train Pokémon. If not to protect Pokémon, it is to protect Huang himself. Eevee kept dodging under Bulbasaur's Vine Whip attack, but because of Toxic's relationship before, his physical strength was still being consumed rapidly. After a while, Eevee's cute little face also began to turn blue, buoy. Japanese letter hash, just when everyone felt that Eevee was about to die. Eevee's eyes glowed pink and stared at Bulbasaur not far away. For some reason, Bulbasaur can clearly feel that his strength seems to have been minimized a lot. Before Bulbasaur could continue to attack, Eevee's small claws splashed on the ground end in an instant. A large amount of sand and soil flew towards Bulbasaur under Eevee's blow. Petal dance, Arthur said hastily upon seeing this. At the same time, I was satisfied with Eevee for a while in my heart. Even in such a dangerous situation, Eevee can still maintain the fighting spirit and analyze tactics, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy. It is indeed the Eevee I like. At the same time that sand attack hit Bulbasaur, countless flower petals shot out from the seed behind Bulbasaur and fell towards Eevee's place like a normal dance. But it was extremely deadly. Facing this dangerous petal dance, Eevee subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But it was a pity that at this moment, it had already become the end of its strength and was directly overwhelmed by the petals that filled the sky. Seeing Eevee, who fell directly on the ground, Arthur showed a satisfied smile to Bulbasaur and said, "You did a good job. I will send you good things when I go back." Then he squatted down next to Eevee, took out a bottle of antidote, fit it to Eevee's mouth and said, "Sorry Eevee, I've hit harder, Bowie." Eevee snorted softly after drinking the antidote and turned his head away from looking at Arthur. "Actually, you are very talented and smart." Bulbasaur almost lost. "If you can get scientific training and a lot of energy supply, your strength will improve quickly." Arthur stroked Eevee's head to comfort him. Road. For wild Pokémon, it would be better if they are protected by their parents. But like Eevee and Pichu, they have no parents and are relatively weak. Except for some tree fruits, they can't find any good food. If you can't keep up with your nutrition, even if you are talented, it is difficult to improve your strength. If you don't have strength, you can't find food. This is a vicious circle by asterisk Chinese letter asterisk. Facing Arthur's furtive behavior, Eevee yelled in dissatisfaction, and then bit Arthur's hand again, but this time. Its bite was stronger than that of Arthur's. It was noticeably smaller than before. So Eevee, want to be my Pokémon and travel with me? Arthur took out a friend ball and asked Eevee again, I will definitely make you the strongest Eevee in the world. The uncle complained speechlessly. The strongest Eevee in the world. You must know that the main Pokémon of those elite champions also have the evolution form of Eevee. This difficulty is really too great. But was he not the same back then? Want to be the strongest Pokémon trainer in the world. But if it's this kid, maybe he can really surprise many people. The uncle looked vaguely at Gible, who was still running hard beside him. This seemed to be the quasi-god of the Sinnoh region. If this child didn't die young, he might really become a great Pokémon trainer, boy yes. I don't like you. I just like this Pokéball, Eevee snorted softly. Turned his head aside, but still stretched out his little paw to pat the friend ball. And then turned into a red light penetrated into the friend ball. Shook it slightly twice and then stopped. Congratulations, big brother. Xiao Huang sincerely wished this scene, in her opinion. Arthur is a very good Pokémon trainer unlike herself, who can't do anything well. Eevee is also a good choice to follow Arthur. Thank you, you have to work hard in the future. Arthur stretched out his head and pressed Xiao Huang's straw hat. Be confident in yourself. Don't let down your talents. And don't let down Pokémon's love for you. Thank you, I will try my best. Arthur said shyly with a blush on Xiao Huang's face due to such an intimate behavior. Whether you become a breeder or a trainer, you must be responsible for your own Pokémon. Arthur exhorted again, boy, at this moment. Eevee's Pokémon ball was opened again, and it glared at Arthur in displeasure. Eevee doesn't seem to like staying in the Pokémon ball very much. Xiao Huang heard Eevee's words and quickly explained to Arthur. Is that so then, Eevee, you stay outside? Arthur put Eevee on his shoulder sand with Eevee's weight. Arthur could accept it. The physique of human beings in this world is indeed much stronger than that of Arthur's previous life. Even if it is not Mega Rookie, it seems that it is not incomprehensible to eat berries with special energy and various meats, carefully produced by breeder for a long time. By standing on Arthur's shoulder, Eevee scratched Arthur's hair like a chicken coop with its little paws, making the others laugh dumbfounded, skin. Seeing that Eevee was going to live with Arthur, Pichu's little face was also full of reluctance. They have always been dependent on each other. They are best friends and family members. But they did not expect to be separated now, buoy. Seeing Pichu's appearance, Eevee also showed a distressed expression, be sad. Pichu, we can keep in touch with the big brother and you can see each other often. Xiao Huang comforted Pichu, and then looked at Arthur with vague eyes for some reason. She was worried that Arthur would reject her request. That's natural. Eevee and I will work hard to become stronger. You should work hard, Arthur touched Eevee's head and said. Don't you think so, Eevee? These words actually eased Eevee and Pichu's parting sorrow a lot. By the way, this is for you. Then Arthur took out another luxury ball, erased the binding with his identity on it, and handed it to Xiao Huang, saying, although you are not yet old enough, you can. It's not that you can't use Pokémon balls to subdue Pokémon. Just ask your uncle to take you to the Pokémon Center to register after subduing it. With your uncle as the guardian, there will be no problem. Xiao Huang took the luxury ball, but there was a look of hesitation on his face. Can I? She regarded Pichu as her friend and family member, but she never thought about subduing Pichu, Pai. Seeing Xiao Huang's hesitant look, Pichu called out quickly, which made Xiao Huang smile a little. Is that so? Then please give me your advice, Pichu. Eevee, don't splash water, be quiet. After Xiao Huang subdued Pichu Arthur, Xiao Huang and the uncle chatted for a while, and then went to the Pokémon Center to conduct a comprehensive inspection for Eevee. After all, Eevee has been living in the wild before. and it is not known whether there are hidden diseases or hidden dangers. Even though Arthur has a system, he still brings Eevee to the Pokémon Center for inspection. Fortunately, Eevee has no problems. After checking everything, Arthur also took Eevee home. Eevee is such a cute Pokémon, but this Eevee is dirty. It's just that this female Eevee seemed unexpectedly shy and arrogant. When Arthur bathed, it just splashed water everywhere. Just like a shy little girl normal. This also satisfied Arthur. He had a sense of sight of raising a daughter. Eevee, starting tomorrow, we are going on a trip. After helping Eevee take a shower, Arthur took out a special hair dryer and said while drying Eevee's hair. Eevee, on the other hand, silently enjoyed the special service from the shit-shoveling officer and tasted a mouthful of high-end energy cubes and moo milk, which were surprisingly delicious. A delicacy it had never tasted before. There is delicious food. There is no need to worry about hunger. And there is a warm nest to live in. The shit-shovel officer seems to be a good trainer. The Alakazam and the big butterfly called Volcarona that came back later seemed to be very strong. It wasn't that there were no human beings who wanted to subdue themselves before. But they were all rejected by it, but this time it chose to believe in Arthur. When it saw this guy, it felt as if it saw the sun, in addition. The shit-shovel officer said to become the strongest Eevee. It agreed in a daze, of course. This may also have something to do with the fact that the other party did not choose to defeat himself with a powerful Pokémon and forcibly subdue himself when he saw him for the first time. I don't know whether Arthur will abandon himself after he has a stronger Pokémon. But since he has chosen the other party, he must be prepared to be sad. Try to become stronger from tomorrow. Eevee is not weaker than others in life. Fight to become the strongest Eevee, just like the shit-shoveler said. Eevee, we're going on a trip. The next time we come back, it's time to prepare for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Arthur murmured as he stood at the door of his house with a backpack on his back and little Eevee on his shoulder. Bulbasaur, Gible, and Volcarona are all in the Pokémon Ball at the moment. But Alakazam, who Professor using Psychic to float his body, holding a tablet computer in his hand, seems to be studying something. Gand followed behind Arthur. Bui Japanese letter hash. Eevee dissatisfiedly fiddled with the eternal stone hanging around his neck. His small face was full of dissatisfaction. It doesn't like this thing very much. But it's just a pity that the shit-shovel officer must ask it to bring it. Okay, Eevee, don't be angry, it's for your own good. After all, you evolved too easily. If you accidentally touch the evolution stone and evolve, it's not good for your future. Arthur stroked Eevee's head helplessly, said, a Pokémon that evolves too fast will have problems with its foundation, which may affect your potential. By hearing Arthur's explanation, Eevee didn't pay attention to the immutable stone anymore. Just hang on to it. And it doesn't want to evolve for the time being. Alakazam, let's go. Arthur nodded slightly and said to Alakazam beside him. In fact, if possible, he still wants to take Alakazam back into the Pokémon Ball and follow the grandfather or something. Let's forget it. But Professor Who wants to read books and trade stocks. So Arthur also goes with him. After entering the Viridian Forest, Arthur first went to say goodbye to the uncle and Xiao Huang, and then went to Nibai City. He was already much slower than Ash and the others, and he needed to catch up as soon as possible. Eevee used Quick Attack to kill the opponent. On the artificially opened road in the Viridian Forest, Arthur commanded Eevee to fight with Pinsir, a young insect catcher. This is a road specially opened by the Alliance. It is a road that ordinary residents often walk on. There are even regular sprays of potions to disperse Pokémon nearby. It is difficult for you to see many Pokémon nearby. If it weren't for the rush, Arthur wouldn't have chosen to take this path. Similarly, here, you can often meet challengers to challenge the passing trainer. Facing these challenges, Arthur, who thinks he is not very strong now, will naturally not miss them. Pinsir, we used Vice Grip. The bug catcher also directed. It's just that Pinsir's aggressive attack in front of him Eevee just moves deftly, avoids Pinsir's attack easily, and then tackles on the opponent's body, causing Pinsir to completely collapse on the ground, losing the ability to fight. Big brother, you are so strong. The young insect catcher took out 100 yuan and handed it to Arthur, saying sincerely, "It's not bad, your Pinsir is also good." Arthur accepted the $100, although he didn't like the $100. But it was the rule. Even many trainers relied on it to earn travel expenses. Arthur didn't give up such rules. Just when Arthur was about to turn around and leave, the little boy continued, "That big brother. Can I ask you for a favor?" Arthur raised his eyebrows. "You are really rude. Am I familiar with you, or do I look like a good guy like Ash? But I'm the cute and attractive villain Team Rocket. Just before, I saw two members of Team Rocket and a Meowth following a man and a woman. I suspect they want the Pokémon of the two trainers on Snatch. I want you to go and have a look." He said embarrassingly, "My strength is too weak. Not the rival of the Rockets." Arthur silently looked up at the sky. "You don't know. But the Prince of the Rockets is standing in front of you." "What did the man and the woman look like?" Arthur said again with a soft sigh. "You are about the same age as your big brother. But that man has a Pikachu on his shoulder." After the boy's explanation, Arthur also rubbed his forehead. There was nothing wrong with it. "Got mixed up with the Rockets trio." "How long have they been gone?" Arthur asked suspiciously. "Not long, less than half an hour." The boy continued to explain. "Help, is there anyone?" Ash and Misty kept asking for help in a huge pothole in the road of Viridian Forest. Arthur looked at the pothole helplessly, but he didn't expect to encounter it here. "Come out, Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip to get them out," Arthur said with a soft sigh, releasing the Bulbasaur. "This is Arthur." Ash was delighted to see that it was Arthur, and let Bulbasaur pull him and Misty up with Vine Whip. "Thank you so much, Arthur, otherwise we don't know how long we would have to wait to be saved." Misty thanked Arthur with some lingering fear. "Didn't you leave long ago? Why are you still here?" Arthur looked at the two speechlessly and said, "It's not this guy. He wanted to train his own Pokémon and entered the Viridian Forest. After that we got lost. We finally came to the avenue, but we encountered Team Rocket's trap." Misty glanced at it speechlessly. "Ash, that's Viridian Forest. If you're not careful you will die by the way the Rockets." Arthur, me Pikachu was taken away by those Rockets. Ash hurriedly asked Arthur for help. "Please help me get Pikachu back, but how do you find this?" Arthur frowned. The Rockets trio's IQ was indeed questionable. But after they caught Pikachu, they wouldn't just stay where they were. "My own Pokémon does not have a Pokémon like Growlithe." Just when Ash and Misty were about to say something, there was a bang sounding from the distant forest. "This seems to be the direction of the ruins we encountered just now," Misty said with a dignified expression. "That must be Team Rocket," Ash said dissatisfiedly, and then ran directly towards the site. Arthur was a little confused. What ruins? Why, Ash, they can always encounter strange things. But he still followed Ash for some reason. Arthur felt that this time, he seemed to want to make a lot of money. That's the underground ruins that Ash accidentally fell into before. It seems to be the mausoleum of a king before Alliance was established, Misty explained to Arthur while running. So the Rockets have taken a fancy to those funeral objects. Arthur's expression became strange. He always felt that because of Jesse James, the Rockets' reputation was being victimized every day. He's just the king of a down-and-out kingdom. What good things can he have as funeral objects? Does the Rockets seem like the kind of organization that likes to dig graves? Giovanni is also a decent person. He is also worried that he will be robbed in the Futuriake. This kind of detrimental thing can only be done by Alliance. But because of those three idiots, the Rockets may also be involved with the Tomb Raiders. Definitely, Misty nodded slightly. In fact, she was also puzzled. As if the Rockets shouldn't be like this, Bulbai. Suddenly Eevee's hairs on Arthur's shoulders stood up. and he quickly scratched Arthur's hair with his little paws, calling out continuously as if to remind him of something. Are you saying there's danger over there? Arthur still trusted Eevee's intuition. If you go to any dangerous place, Eevee is definitely the best partner for the expedition. Especially Arthur's Eevee, which can avoid many dangers. If it weren't for this function of danger prediction, Eevee might have died in the dangerous evergreen forest. Bowie bowie, Eevee nodded repeatedly and at the same time. Even Professor Hu, who was following Arthur, showed a rare serious look, as if he sensed the existence of danger. Let's go over and have a look when it's really a last resort. Let Alakazam take our teleport away. Arthur touched Eevee's small head and comforted him. And at the same time he became serious. Those three idiots seem to have caused trouble. What? Is this the breath of ghost Pokémon? And it should be at least elite level. Soon Arthur's face also became ugly, elite. Misty suddenly changed color. Of course she knew how strong elite Pokémon was. Her grandma used to be an elite. And they also had elite Pokémon in their Cerulean Gymnasium. Otherwise according to her sister's level. The Cerulean Gym has long been banned. Not very clear, go and have a look, Arthur frowned, motioning for Alakazam to follow him. And their speed increased a lot again. Somewhere in the Viridian Forest. It is covered by lush trees and vines. If you don't pay attention, you will hardly see a slope-shaped mausoleum here. There is a huge pothole on the mausoleum, which was just blasted. Yes, apparently blasted by the Rockets trio at this moment. The Rockets try under the control of a Jengar, kept kowtowing to the slope, while Pikachu was trapped in the glass vessel, looking at everything in front of him in horror. This is really too shocking. After being captured by the Rockets, Pikachu himself also felt desperate. It's just that these guys not only captured himself, but also ran here on purpose and even blew up the mausoleum. Desperate, however, what Pikachu did not expect was that after the mausoleum was exploded, such a Jengar appeared, directly using hypnosis to hypnotize the trio. And all this happened now. Only Jengar didn't seem to notice himself. It's just that this is too scary, scaring Pikachu to death. Pikachu, Ash's voice came from far and near. And within a short time he came to Pikachu, trying to untie the vessel that trapped Pikachu. It's just that his roar startled Jengar, who was on the side. Jengar looked at the three people who came out of nowhere and showed a sinister smile. It's a damned human being again. Here to disturb the master's deep sleep, bowie bowie. Eevee screamed a few times, but still jumped off Arthur's shoulder and stared at Jengar in front of him. The opponent was indeed not a Pokémon that he could defeat, but he was still willing to fight for Arthur. Arthur glared at Ash if it wasn't for this guy's surprise. They could have stolen Pikachu and left Pokémon Jengar. Strength elite, intermediate, potential elite. Fortunately it is still within the acceptable range. And it is also fortunate that this Jengar only has elite talent. Otherwise after such a long time, who knows what strength it will reach, Jai Jai. Jengar showed the villain's signature smile, but its voice seemed to be the same. But its appearance made several people at the scene feel even more terrifying. Then he saw a black energy ball condensed in Jengar's hand, and threw it towards them, its shadow ball. Misty couldn't help reminding Alakazam Cybem. Arthur said hastily. Professor Hu on the side also put down his tablet and looked at Jengar solemnly, with his eyes emitting a blue light. A powerful psychic shot out from Alakazam and met Jengar's shadow ball. The moment the two huge forces touched each other, a huge explosion occurred. Let's go to Pikachu use Thunderbolt. Ash also knew at this time that because of his relationship, they got into a lot of trouble. And he also directed Pikachu to say, Pikachu. Pikachu's expression froze. But instead of launching an attack, he ran behind Ash trembling. This Jengar is just too dangerous. It doesn't dare to move at all, Pikachu. Ash looked at Pikachu speechlessly. Why should he be so timid? Arthur glanced at Ash's group speechlessly, sure enough. This group of guys is similar to the Rockets trio, with more success than failure. Just when Arthur was about to let Alakazam leave with their teleport, a system prompt came, issuing a temporary mission: explore the ancient tomb and discover the secrets in the ancient tomb. Arthur was a little speechless. Even the system came to backstab him at this time. This ancient tomb is obviously very dangerous. The gatekeepers outside have the strength of elite. So what about inside? Alakazam calm mind. Arthur said lightly, Ash, Misty cooperates with me. Okay, come out, Caterpies. Ash's heart froze and he released another Pokémon. Arthur looked up at the sky silently. As expected, he couldn't have any confidence in Ash. Please, Dugong, it was the Pokémon released by Misty, which made Arthur's eyes light up. Pokémon Dugong. Strength Gym mid-level potential, elite. Arthur glanced at Misty in surprise. This Misty was somewhat beyond Arthur's expectations. Could it be that the special episode and the TV version of Misty were mixed together? After all, the animated version of Misty doesn't have any powerful Pokémon. This is my Earl Dervish Pokémon, it should be able to help. Misty also said solemnly. Yeah, Arthur nodded slightly. 2 master-level Pokémon were enough to delay Jengar for a while. And the Jengar contest condition on the opposite side is not particularly good. It seems to be hungry for a long time. When Misty released Dugong, Jengar over there had already started brewing a new attack. He placed his hands in front of his body, and a terrifying energy of evil energy was constantly gathering in Jengar's hands. Alakazam used Reflect as Jengar sent out the Dark Pulse. Arthur also responded, and Alakazam appeared in front of Alakazam, and the terrifying Dark Pulse landed on Reflect. It was blocked abruptly. Dugong used the freezing light. Misty on the side was not idle, but took the initiative to launch an attack while Jengar was attacking. Jengar felt a sense of danger from the bone-chilling cold, and quickly evaded. Now Alakazam uses Disable. As Arthur's words fell, Jengar's figure froze for an instant. And it was precisely because of this froze that Dugong's freezing light hit Jengar just in time. Seize this opportunity, Alakazam used Psybeam. Arthur also said hastily, without giving Jengar a chance to react. Alakazam's Psybeam landed on Jengar's body again. Under the double attack of the freezing light and Psybeam, Jengar couldn't help but wailed and fell to the ground. It's not how fierce Alakazam and Dugong's attacks are. But Jengar hasn't eaten for too long, and it's very rare to be alive and fight them. Sorry, Jengar, we're not with those guys. Arthur said softly, well, I'm the real Rockets. The Rockets Triathat's fake Rockets, Jengar. A Jengar stood up with difficulty, looked at Arthur and the others with displeasure. But it didn't continue to attack but sat where it was, as if accepting its fate. What does it mean? Arthur asked who teacher. Teacher who quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote, Jengar said it can let you in, but you must help it regain its freedom. Help Jengar regain his freedom. Arthur also showed a look of surprise. Is this Jengar still lost his freedom, Jengar? Jengar sat on the ground and danced for a while and explained. It said that there was a sword inside that restricted its freedom. It needs to be pulled out. Alakazam who teacher continued to write. Seeing this, Arthur fell silent. He didn't know what was going on. Whether it was the truth or a deception, how can this be? We have to release Jengar. Ash just quit as a Pokémon lover. How could he allow someone to imprison Pokémon like this? He absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. Now Ash walked directly towards the mausoleum. Ash. Misty wanted to stop Ash, but when she saw Ash walking towards the mausoleum resolutely, she sighed slightly and chose to keep up. Arthur raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Jengar thoughtfully but chose to follow behind. Anyway, his mission did require to investigate the situation inside the mausoleum. With Professor Alakazam around, Arthur was not worried about his own safety. Eevee. If there is any danger, please notify me immediately. Arthur urged Eevee again. Bye. Eevee's expression also became extremely serious. But he didn't refuse Arthur to go inside. Oh, is that the sword? Under the mausoleum is a huge underground platform. The walls are full of carvings. The center of the platform is an altar. And in the center of the altar is a coffin with a long sword inserted in front of the coffin. After countless years, time seems to have left no trace on the long sword. And it still appears lifelike. Ash quickly ran to the long sword, stretched out his hands, trying to pull out the sword. But he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Ash, what's the matter with you? Misty also looked at all this with some surprise. Misty still knows how strong Ash's little friend is. Normal people are definitely not Ash's rival. Or even normal's Pokémon strength neither will be as big as Ash. This sword is weird, Arthur said in a deep voice when he saw this. I can feel the terrifying power in this sword. At the same time, he also looked at the carvings on the rock wall and checked his eyes. This is a word I can't understand. But what should we do? Ash frowned and asked, why don't you come with Arthur? As he spoke, Ash put Arthur's hands on the hilt regardless of what Arthur said. This is Arthur's complexion also changed suddenly. There was indeed something wrong with the sword. Just when he sensed something was wrong and wanted to let go of the hilt, a huge energy flowed into Arthur's body continuously. Unable to release the hilt of the sword, the entire underground palace began to tremble crazily. After so many years, finally there are qualified people. Now I can finally go out. A gloomy voice was uploaded from the blade of the sword to Arthur's mind, which seemed to collapse at any moment possible. Just when Arthur thought something was wrong, the system's notification sounded, ding. It was discovered that an alien life form is invading the host. The system has started an automatic defense mechanism, and it is killing the virus. The virus killing has been successful suddenly. A lot of knowledge appeared in Arthur's mind, and an extremely powerful ghost Pokémon was imprisoned in this sword. Hundreds of years ago, this ghost Pokémon ravaged half of the Kanto region. And finally, the king with the powerful waveguide power imprisoned this ghost Pokémon. And he imprisoned this ghost Pokémon here among the swords. Even if he would put the sword in front of his coffin. But when Arthur held the hilt of the sword, he resonated with the sword in addition. The time passed was too long, which caused the imprisoned to the ghost Pokémon to start to loosen. If Arthur had some systems, I'm afraid that just now, it is really possible to be controlled by the ghost Pokémon possessed by imprison, thus releasing it. As for the Jengar, it is indeed the king's Pokémon, which has always guarded the king's tomb and the long sword in Arthur's hand. At the same time, while holding the long sword, in addition to the ghost Pokémon, there was also a power belonging to the king that also entered Arthur's body. The power of waveguides. Arthur not only opened up the power of the waveguide, but also obtained the cultivation method and application method of the power of the waveguide, which were invaluable treasures to Arthur. If psychic is the embodiment of spiritual power, then the power of waveguide is the joint embodiment of physical strength and spiritual power. Of course, the power of waveguide is biased towards physical strength. If it is developed, the power of waveguide is even better than psychic. It's even worse. After the power of the waveguide is strong, it can also increase the strength of the physical body. As Arthur pulled out the sword in the stone, the underground palace also stopped shaking. But Arthur's heart was extremely complicated. He never thought that it would be fine if his name was Arthur. And now he pulled out a sword. What about the sword? The legend of King Arthur. Arthur, are you all right? Misty asked worriedly. After all, when Arthur held the sword just now, Misty obviously felt an evil aura. It's not bad this time, it's a blessing in disguise. Arthur glanced at the silly thing with a little resentment. If it wasn't for the system, he might suffer disaster. However, also knew that the idiot didn't intend to harm him. After all, nothing happened when the other party grasped the sword first. I can resonate with this sword mainly because of the waveguide. Arthur's waveguide is very similar to that king's waveguide. Just like Ash and the hero normal of that waveguide. Maybe the name Arthur is cheating himself, that. Ash also smiled brightly when he saw Arthur's resentful gaze, and wanted to explain something but couldn't say anything. Jengar, before they knew it, Jengar had reappeared near them, looking at Arthur and the sword in his hand with burning eyes. Jengar, I have pulled out this sword, and I have eliminated the Pokémon in the imprison. From now on, you are free, Arthur said to Jengar in a deep voice. Jengar was a little silent. His mission for so many years was to guard the tomb and the sword to prevent the ghost Pokémon from running out again. Now Arthur told it that the ghost Pokémon was gone, and he was perceiving it carefully after a while. Jengar did not have the breath of that Pokémon, and it seemed that he was really wiped out. It seems unbelievable, but it happened. By imprisons Pokémon. Ash was stunned. Can Pokémon still be by imprisons? And be wiped out? Why didn't he see it? Well, a Dusknoir that committed crimes hundreds of years ago and slaughtered countless people, Arthur said with a faint glance at Ash. Ash also felt awe-inspiring when he heard Arthur's words. Fortunately, he had good luck this time otherwise. If they let that Pokémon out, something big might happen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Rewards: Soothe Bell Boshi Glasses Silver Powder. Seeing the system's notification sound, Arthur's mouth also showed a slight smile. And it was not in vain that he had to go through life and death for this mission, and almost gave his life here. Soothe Bell can be brought to Eevee to provide a great contribution to future evolution. Silver Powder is a very important prop for Volcarona, which can greatly enhance Volcarona's strength. As for Boshi Glasses, Arthur thought about it and gave it to Alakazam, professor who would look more like a professor with glasses on. Moreover, the effect of Boshi Glasses is not only to increase the power of special attacks, but also to improve the efficiency of learning, whether it is learning energy saving or learning other things. As for this place, we're going to bury it again. Then Arthur continued, but is it okay? Misty asked, frowning, if it is exposed here, the body of this great king will probably be dragged away by the Alliance and displayed. Arthur shook his head slightly. I can't do such a thing. Is there such a thing? Ash was shocked. Both Arthur and Misty gave Ash a blank look. This guy is really innocent. They didn't explain too much about this matter. Perhaps Ash will encounter a lot of dark sides during the journey, but he himself will not be greatly affected. It's just that sentence. He came from Pallet Town's trainer is enough to solve most of Ash's troubles. As long as Ash does not tame the legendary Pokémon, Alliance will not target Ash. So Jengar, what are your plans? After Arthur inserted the sword in the stone back, several people also walked out of the mausoleum. And then Arthur asked Jengar, that sword no longer has much use. The Pokémon imprisoned in it has been wiped out by the system, and the waveguide power on the sword has disappeared, and the inheritance has fallen into Arthur's hands. This sword and the stone is still leave it to this king. At the same time, he was also a little thankful. Fortunately, the Dusknoir could not come out directly because of being imprisoned, and could only enter Arthur's body by boarding. A lot of strength, Jai. I want to stay and guard the king's tomb. Jengar looked at the tomb, then shook his head and said, although he was very dissatisfied with the king's own imprisoned guarding the tomb here, Jengar still chose to stay. Even though Dusknoir had been wiped out, he wants to protect the king's tomb. Arthur was also taken aback for a moment. After mastering the power of waveguide, he could understand Jengar's words. It's really a magical ability. He really made a lot of money from this adventure, so he didn't care about Ash. As for this, Arthur looked at the huge hole. Let's help Jengar. Let's mend the hole. As for the 3 rockets, Alakazam, wash away their memories, although Jengar can also do it. Who knows if Jengar will kill them? A long time ago, Pokémon also killed people at every turn. Okay, then let us help too, Ash said, waving his fist. With the efforts of several people, they found a huge rock to block the entrance of the mausoleum, and asked Bulbasaur to plant leech seed at the entrance to make it look more harmonious. As for the Rockets trio, they were trapped by Ash's Caterpie with a string shot and hung on a branch beside them. Anyway, with their vitality and luck, there wouldn't be any major problems. After bidding farewell to Jengar, several people also headed towards Nibai City together. Of course, this does not mean that Arthur will form a team with Ash and the others, but that this place is only 2 hours away from Nibai City. We've finally arrived in Nibai City. Ash also showed excitement when he came to Nibai City. I'm going to challenge the gym. Idiot, you don't even look at the situation of your Pokémon. Shouldn't you go to the Pokémon Center at this time? Misty directly gave Ash a shudder and said dissatisfied. That's right. Ash muttered, revealing his original appearance. I don't even know this, but I can tell you that it's you, Ash. At this moment, a mocking figure came from not far away. And there was a boy with a brown hedgehog head who was about the same age as them walking over. His tone was full of sarcasm. On his shoulder, like Arthur, there is an Eevee, Booyee. Chinese letter when Arthur's Eevee saw the opposite Eevee. He bared his teeth and called out full of fighting spirit. It still remembers the goal Arthur set for itself, to become the strongest Eevee in the world. And now it also meets a similar one. How can Eevee not be excited? How about doing this Eevee right now? Gary's Eevee also tilted his head when he saw Arthur's Eevee full of fighting spirit. It couldn't understand why this kind of Eevee seemed to be very hostile to him. It was obviously a very beautiful Eevee. How to be like a shrew? Well, unlike Arthur's, Gary's Eevee is clearly a boy. Oh. You also have Eevee, do you want to have a Pokémon duel? As if feeling the fighting spirit of Arthur's Eevee, Gary looked at Arthur with rare fighting spirit and asked, since your Eevee seeing my Eevee is very upset, then my Eevee will beat your Eevee, that's what Gary thinks. He also looked at Professor Who behind Arthur vaguely. This Alakazam is not weak at all, this should be a good rival. Wait, shouldn't you fight me? My Pikachu and I are also very strong. Ash said with some dissatisfaction at this time. He wanted to fight Gary a long time ago. But now Gary is inviting Arthur to fight. Isn't that looking down on Ash? Gary looked at Ash with the eyes of an idiot and said slightly mockingly, except for Pikachu. How many Pokémon have you tamed? And as expected, it's not a powerful Pokémon, right? What, my Caterpie is strong too? Gary was also really shocked by Ash. His little friend was able to say such words. Caterpie is strong, sorry. He really couldn't see how strong Caterpie would be. Okay, my little friend also wants to fight. Arthur stroked Eevee's little head and said, just 2 Pokémon, you're going to use Alakazam. Gary had a serious look on his face. He has a Pokémon that can deal with Alakazam. But that Pokémon is not his, but the Pokémon that his grandfather used to protect him. As the grandson of Professor Oak, I don't know how many people want to attack Gary to threaten Professor Oak. Gary wouldn't want to use that Pokémon to fight unless he had to. And he couldn't command that Pokémon either. No, it's my novice Pokémon, Arthur smiled and said. Gary understood instantly, and then said with a fighting spirit, okay. Then we both use novice Pokémon to fight. Hey, how can it be like this? Obviously I came first. Ash said with some dissatisfaction, still looking forward to the battle between the two. In the battle arena of Pokémon Center, Arthur and Gary stood on both sides, throwing their first Pokémon balls, Ghana, Jenny. With the opening of 2 Pokémon balls, 2 Usangia from the Kanto region also appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be Bulbasaur. Gary had a serious look on his face. His luck didn't seem to be particularly good. The other party's Earl Dervish Pokémon turned out to be Bulbasaur. You know his Earl Dervish Pokémon is Squirtle. So Gary's Earl Dervish Pokémon is Squirtle. Actually, I wanted Squirtle too. Ash looked at Squirtle in front of Gary, eyes full of envy. That night, he had been entangled with the Usan family for a long time. The result was that he overslept, and none of the Usangia got Pikachu. But Pikachu was also very good. The battle between Pokémon is not just about attributes. Squirtle's rapid spin. Gary's expression changed and he started to attack. Jenny. Squirtle retracted his body into the tortoise shell. and then quickly spun up the entire tortoise shell. The fast-spinning tortoise shell even made Squirtle's body suspended in midair. And then quickly the attack went towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, we use Vine Whip to defend. Bulbasaur quickly pulled out his Vine Whip, blocked in front of him, and met Squirtle, who was quickly attacking towards him. Dodge. Vine Whip slapped Squirtle's turtle shell accurately, giving it a hard time as it spun rapidly, petal dance. When Arthur's words fell, countless petals shot out from Bulbasaur's back. And for a moment petal blizzard. Those petals seemed to come alive normal and attack Squirtle eloquently. Not good, hurry up and avoid it. Gary's complexion also changed suddenly. But it was too late. The turtle shell of rapid spin hadn't reacted from the Vine Whip whipping. And the whole turtle had been slapped, covered by petals. Those petals fell on Squirtle's turtle shell like sharp blades, making a tinkling sound. And some even directly attacked Squirtle itself through the hole in the turtle shell. How? Gary looked at Squirtle nervously. And he didn't expect that Bulbasaur had already learned the petal dance. Under Gary's tense expression, Squirtle's rapidly spinning turtle shell also came to a standstill. And when its head poked out of the turtle shell, it was already full of scars, obviously. Under the petal dance just now, Squirtle still suffered a lot of injuries. Keep going, use the Vine Whip, Arthur continued. Squirtle used the water gun. Gary said quickly upon seeing this, worry about it. With Arthur's big hand waves, Bulbasaur did not block or dodge the water gun, but let Bulbasaur directly resist Squirtle's water gun attack. And at the same time Vine Whip also had hit Squirtle, Jenny. The Vine Whip hit his body, instantly making Squirtle pass out and fall to the ground. On the contrary, Bulbasaur was still standing there, and the water gun didn't seem to cause any damage to it. Come back, Squirtle, come on, Eevee. Gary took a deep look at Arthur, but he didn't say anything. Luck is also part of the battle. Who made Squirtle really restrained, Bowie. Seeing the Eevee on the opposite side enter the battle, Arthur's Eevee jumped directly onto the playing field, looking at the opponent with a fighting spirit. As for Bulbasaur, then let him obediently end the game. This battle is his own, looking at the domineering Eevee. Arthur sighed softly and took Bulbasaur back to the Pokémon Ball. Then the next game will be you. Eevee versus Eevee, Ash also said expectantly. Eevee, we use quick attack. Gary was delighted to see that Arthur also used Eevee here. Before Squirtle lost to Bulbasaur, it was because attribute was unfavorable. But if his Eevee won against the opposite Eevee, that would be I am better than the other side, well. Let Arthur's Eevee be the small Eevee, and Gary's be the big Eevee, sand attack. Facing the opponent's attack, the little Eevee didn't panic at all, and calmly followed Arthur's command. When the big Eevee ran in front of it, a stream of sand was splashed by the little Eevee and hit the big Eevee head-on. Face by when the big Eevee tackled to the little Eevee. His eyes were also blinded by the sand, because even the power of quick attack was weakened a lot. After being knocked back more than 1 meter by the big Eevee, the little Eevee didn't let himself show his flaws because of the pain. In the wild, it has encountered all kinds of dangerous situations. What kind of will use quick attack while we're at it? Arthur said immediately afterward. Eevee, hurry up and dodge, Gary said quickly. The little Eevee quickly charged towards the big Eevee, and the big Eevee also accelerated, trying to avoid the attack of the little Eevee. Taking this opportunity, use baby doll eyes. Arthur said hastily again, trouble. Gary frowned secretly, Eevee. Let's use quick attack again, we use quick attack too. Arthur said with a small smile on his lips. The two Eevees started to accelerate almost at the same time, and they accelerated tackle toward each other. The two Eevees collided with each other, and then backed away in their respective directions. Unbelievably, Gary was slightly bigger. The old Eevee actually fell back 3 meters under the little Eevee's tackle. But little Eevee only backed up by more than 1 meter. Damn it. Is it because of the previous baby doll eyes effect? Gary frowned slightly. As the grandson of Professor Oak, he still has eyesight. Arthur's Eevee, Although his stature is a bit smaller than his own Eevee Arnold. But his level is still higher, it's not bad at all. And it's even faster than his own Eevee in terms of speed. But now he couldn't even keep up with the opponent's speed. Eevee used Swift. Seeing this scene, Arthur said with a smile on his lips. Booey! Eevee's small mouth opened slightly. And countless energy stars were launched by the little Eevee, hitting the big Eevee not far away head-on. When Arthur conquered Eevee, Eevee didn't know Swift yet. But maybe because of the lack of energy in the wild before. With Arthur's resource supplement, Eevee understood Swift the next day. Eevee's talent is really great. It was limited by food and energy before. But now with formal training and plenty of food, what Eevee originally lacked can be made up for. In a period of time in the future, Eevee will enter a leap in strength after nutrition catches up. Even if there is no other supply of natural treasures, Eevee's growth rate will be faster than Bulbasaur with toxic orbs and Gible with earth gem. Come poorly, of course, if it is only energy cubes. It is naturally not enough. All kinds of nutritional medicines are an astronomical figure for normal people. The big Eevee was hit by Swift and flew upside down again. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't stand up, Eevee. Gary yelled. But this time the big Eevee was about to disappoint him. Instead, he fell on the ground and lost his ability to fight. Well done, Eevee, Arthur said happily as he picked up little Eevee, Booey. Letter to CA, letter to CB. Little Eevee showed a look of joy not long ago. Its strength might not be as good as the opponent, but under the training of its own trainer, it can defeat the opponent now. Seeing that Arthur helped defeated the opponent by himself, and that help really became stronger. Then I just reluctantly let the opponent hug me. Congratulations, this time you won. I'm Gary from Pallet Town, nice to meet you. After checking Eevee's injury, Gary stepped forward and stretched out his hand. After being defeated, Gary also put away his arrogance. In fact, he is a very good person, but he has not yet suffered a realistic beating. Japan City, Arthur. Arthur also stretched out his hand and smiled. Are you and Ash traveling together? Then Gary asked meaningfully, no. Arthur shook his head slightly. It's better for trainers to travel alone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to allocate when they meet their favorite Pokémon. I just met him in the Viridian Forest, Gary nodded slightly. This is indeed a big problem. If two people have taken a fancy to a Pokémon together, if things go wrong, the relationship may be broken. Are you also traveling with the goal of Indigo Plateau Conference? Gary continued to ask. Yes, Arthur nodded slightly. Well, I look forward to seeing you at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary posted the battle post full of fighting spirit. At that time, I will definitely not lose the game like I am now, me too. There was a smile on the corner of Arthur's mouth. He was looking forward to Gary's performance. If Gary could travel down to Earth, he might be stronger than Ash at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although Gary's performance in the competition was not very good, but in daily life, he can always show fighting power that surpasses Ash. He lost to Ash in the Silver Conference and even more. He lost to the protagonist Halo. The mature Gary is definitely an excellent Pokémon trainer. Ash has the protagonist's Halo bonus, corresponding to Kai, but why is Gary worse? He is corresponding to Kingler, which is also a trick. If Master Kai hadn't been too aggressive, Kingler would also be the champion. Although Gary is not as good as Green, his ability on breeder Pokémon is also very good. Arthur is very optimistic about the future battle with Gary. Gary, let's fight too. Ash also stood up and said at this time. Just watching the battle from the sidelines already made Ash's blood boil. No, I refuse, you are too weak. Gary glanced at Ash and his Pikachu and said, when you can get Badgeton, challenge me. Then he nodded at Arthur and left directly. What? Damn, Gary. Ash looked at Gary's back full of displeasure and said, it's okay to like Pokémon fighting, but it is also necessary for Pokémon to undergo necessary training. When the level gap between Pokémon is too large, The so-called fighting is nothing but a waste of time. Arthur also glanced at Ash. Then they took Eevee directly to Miss Joey for treatment. Although he didn't suffer too many injuries during the battle, the inspections that should be done are still indispensable. Sometimes, it is precisely because of not paying attention to some minor injuries and illnesses. After all the injuries have accumulated to a certain level, it is too late to treat them up. What I also worked hard, okay? And Pikachu is also very strong. Ash muttered, full of displeasure. Misty was also speechless at the side as a gym trainer. She naturally understood the meaning of what Arthur said. Ash's knowledge in this area is indeed lacking. It seems that he is only doing things with enthusiasm, and he doesn't know whether he can persist on this path in the future. Arthur did not spend the night in the Pokémon Center with Ash and Misty, but found a high-end hotel outside. As the largest mining city in the Kanto region, Nibai City is not as backward and dilapidated as it is in the animation. Backed by MT, Moonit is rich in various rare ores, fossils and evolutionary stones headed by Moonstone, which has also given birth to the development of various industries. It can be said that Nibai City is the top big city in the Kanto region. In a city like this, high-end hotels are naturally indispensable. Arthur directly rented an excellent villa-style suite at 3,000 yuan a day, which is much more expensive than the Pokémon Center, which only costs 1 or 201 nights. Comfortable enough in the villa. After releasing all the Pokémon, Arthur took out the Miracle Seed and handed it to Bulbasaur, saying, "Bulbasaur, you did a good job this time. This is your reward, Ghana Garnet." Bulbasaur looked at the Miracle Seed, exuding a strong grass-type aura with full of covet. This Miracle Seed was a reward given to Arthur by the Rockets, which simply exceeded tens of millions. After hearing Arthur's words, Bulbasaur also directly swallowed the Miracle Seed. This made Arthur frown slightly. Did he just swallow it? Items like Miracle Seed can be carried or swallowed directly. If it is carried on the body, Bulbasaur can get a certain bonus of Miracle Seed when using grass-type skills in the future, which is also a relatively common usage. But if Miracle Seed is swallowed, this Miracle Seed will bring huge help to Bulbasaur, can lay a solid foundation for Bulbasaur. The growth rate in the future will also be accelerated, and the speed of comprehension of other grass-type skills will be accelerated. Even if more, it is not impossible to increase the potential of Bulbasaur with a few Miracle Seeds. Then Bulbasaur seemed to have discovered something. And before Arthur could ask anything, several blades flew out from behind Bulbasaur, like a sharp blade normal cutting on the wall of the villa, leaving shallow scratches on it. Mark, this is Razor Leaf. Arthur's face also became weird. He was naturally happy that Bulbasaur had learned Razor Leaf. But you cut it on the wall to make me lose money, right? Ghana Garna, Bulbasaur jumped around excitedly, and it could feel that its strength had been greatly improved. That seed is so delicious. I don't know if my trainer can give me a few more. Eevee, who was standing on Arthur's shoulder, saw that Bulbasaur's strength had been improved by eating, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. If it could, it also wanted to improve its strength by eating. Well, you have it too, Arthur said, patting Eevee's little head and pulling out a bell. Booey Japanese letter hash. Eevee glared at Arthur dissatisfied, as if he was very dissatisfied with Arthur messing up its hair. But after hearing the jingling sound of the bell, Eevee's heart was full. I felt an unprecedented peace. It loves that sound. Arthur hung the soothe bell and the immutable stone on Eevee's neck. In this world there is no limit to the number of props. But some props will affect and restrict each other, and even cause Pokémon's energy disorder. But like Soothe Bell and the Constant Stone, it doesn't have much impact. Eevee is far from being able to evolve now. Many novels write that the protagonist relies on his own knowledge, pretends to be knowledgeable and then reveals some news, such as the evolution of Sun Pokémon, Moon Pokémon, and Sylveon. In reality, it is impossible to carry out. Experiments focus on the process, but sometimes the results are not so important. Every step of the experiment needs to be recorded. If you directly tell others the answer without a lot of data for comparison, it will only make others think you are committing academic fraud. As for the 3 forms of evolution, just kidding. Do you think intimacy is so easy to improve? Not to mention whether there is intimacy between Pokémon and Professor in the laboratory. Even if there is intimacy, it is difficult to reach the point where they can evolve. Pokémon like Eevee are liked by many second-generation Pokémon. Many of them are also very good to Eevee. And they rarely evolve into water Pokémon for Pokémon. And thunder Pokémons. After all, their appearance is indeed very good. Hip pulling. But even so, Eevee's evolution by intimacy is rarely found. Even Arthur, who knows the concept of intimacy, has no confidence that Eevee can evolve within a year or 2. Soothbellin, the contrary, is the most suitable prop for Eevee, Bowie. Eevee lightly touched the bell on his neck with his small paw, and the bell made a crisp and sweet sound, which instantly made Eevee's eyes bend into crescent moons. But after noticing Arthur's doting eyes, Eevee's little ears turned red by Japanese letter hash, and turned his head away. What should I do? How embarrassing. Seeing that Eevee had returned to his usual arrogant appearance, Arthur also couldn't help but laugh, and then took out the Boshi glasses and silver powder and handed them to Alakazam and Volcarona respectively. Like Bulbasaur, Volcarona also swallowed silver powder, but Alakazam held the Boshi glasses and couldn't put it down. The moment Alakazam put on the glasses, he even had the illusion that at this moment, he possessed all the wisdom in the world, as if all knowledge could not be hidden in front of it, especially when it took out the tablet to check the stock situation. Alakazam seemed to notice more things than before. Seeing Alakazam's appearance like this, Arthur couldn't help laughing for a while. Good guy. He gave Alakazam Boshi glasses, but Alakazam used Boshi glasses to speculate in stocks. Wow, Gible looked at Arthur pitifully. Why other people have good things but he doesn't? It's not fair after you absorb the energy of the Earth Gem. I will prepare new props for you, Arthur also said angrily. Gible may be the slowest growth rate among his Pokémon. After all, the growth rate of the Dragon Quasi-God is indeed a bit touching. Maybe even after Bulbasaur evolved into Venusaur. Gible hasn't evolved yet, fortunately. Gible is not a Pokémon like Bagon and Larvitar otherwise. The growth rate would make Arthur cry. Especially in the second stage, you can't eat, you can't fight. You have to protect yourself like your ancestor normal. And you can't even decide when the opponent will evolve. This is the most uncomfortable thing. Wow. Gible was a little disappointed, but he still looked at the Earth Gem on his forehead. As long as he absorbed its energy, his strength should improve. Come on, Gible, you can do it. Okay, everyone, go to bed early. Our first gym challenge will be held tomorrow. Arthur then told several Pokémon again. He is still very confident in this kind of gymnasium competition. But should he let Gible participate? I saw that Gible is still a novice, or else forget it. I'm Arthur from Viridian City. I'm here to challenge the gym. Early the next morning, Arthur came to the Nibai gym. Is it the challenger? Please wait a moment, the eldest brother is fighting. A teenager came out and said, presumably it should be Xiaogeng's younger brother, but under the leadership of the other party. When he came to the competition venue, Arthur was completely shocked. I'm speechless, it really is you, Ash. Even if she came to seek abuse, she would never fall behind. It's just that Ash's game is really ugly, it's you, Arthur. Misty also showed a wry smile when he saw Arthur's arrival, that fellow Ash. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the concept of attribute. But he has a love and passion for Pokémon, doesn't he? Arthur also sighed softly. Under Xiaogeng Onyx's operation, Pikachu was also abused. Thunderbolt can't do anything to Onyx, too many injuries. Ash's defeat is already doomed, it's so messy. It seems that you still have a lot to teach him during the trip. Seeing Pikachu being abused by Onyx all the way, Arthur curled his lips and said, he admits that it is really difficult to use Pikachu to beat Xiaogeng. When he played the Pikachu version, he often needed to level up in the Viridian Forest for a long time because of Zyoging. Even at the beginnings, he also learned Ash to use Thunder Shock to attack Onix, but unfortunately failed. But that's not why Ash behaved like this. Misty hesitated but nodded anyway, to be honest. Now Misty has not really decided whether to travel with Ash. And now they are just walking together along the way. Maybe after Cerulean she will stay in Cerulean. But thinking of the picture of getting along with Ash, Misty thought about it and chose to stay. Maybe this guy has the hope of becoming an excellent Pokémon trainer. But his basic skills are too bad. Misty doesn't want Pikachu, who is only talented, to end up doing nothing because of the trainer's problem. So let's teach him part of the knowledge first, in the end. Pikachu was also thrown out by Onix's beating, and finally completely lost the ability to fight and passed out. Ash ran forward and hugged Pikachu, with a look of worry and disbelief at the same time. He really couldn't understand why Pikachu's Thunder Shock and Thunderbolt, which were omnipotent, failed. It is undeniable that the emotional bond between you and your Pokémon is very deep. But your command is a mess. Zyogang squinted at Ash for a long time, making it impossible to know whether he was asleep or thinking about something. Just opened his mouth and said, Ash opened his mouth, wanting to refute something, but found that he couldn't say anything. If the other party said what about his Pokémon, Ash could argue back but right now's really losing out. Then the next challenger. Zyoging looked at Arthur, who was on the side. It seems that this time is a very good trainer. Arthur walked onto the playing field lightly and Ash, after confirming that Pikachu was fine, also walked aside to watch Arthur's gym challenge. The rules of the game are 1v1s. Both sides can use 2 Pokémon until all Pokémon on one side lose their ability to fight. The challenger can replace the Pokémon, but the gym trainer cannot. Zyoging has already learned from his brother Arthur he didn't even have a gym badge. So he explained it patiently. Arthur nodded slightly, and both threw their Pokémon balls at the same time. Go Geodude, it's up to you, Bulbasaur, Arthur said. Saying this in front of Ash is really cool. Bulbasaur. Zyoging nodded slightly when he saw Bulbasaur. At least it was much better than Ash. And that Bulbasaur was not weak at all. After getting Bulbasaur, Arthur has been training it. After getting the Toxic Orb, Bulbasaur's strength has been greatly improved under the subtle influence of the Toxic Orb. What's more, he also swallowed Miracle Seed yesterday. Today's Bulbasaur is just one step away from the elite level. Geodude used Rollout under Zyoging's command. Geodude's body also curled up, and then began to spin Rollout quickly, attacking Bulbasaur. Razor Leaf. Arthur glanced at it and said lightly, then. Countless blades flew out from Bulbasaur's back like sharp knives, hitting Geodude in the fast rollouts. Whoa. Geodude couldn't help but let out a wail. But he didn't seem to have completely lost his fighting ability. He accidentally shot out his strong ability. Garlic B ****D, use Leech Seed. Arthur said hastily again. Countless seeds grew from the seeds behind Bulbasaur and landed on Zyoging's battlefield. Many rapid growth sprouted, and the vines wrapped around Geodude's body, almost instantly making Geodude lose combat ability. Seeing this scene, Zyoging frowned, but still took Geodude back. Very good, Bulbasaur, then go. Onix roared. Onix let out an angry roar after entering the field, and Ash beside him also became excited. Before he had suffered from this Onix. So what happens to Arthur? Can you beat that Onix? It's just that before Onix's prestige was long, some of the leech seeds that hadn't taken root in the battlefield, some of them stuck to Onix's body and then began to grow. Onix's body is too big, so it sticks to some leech seeds that have not completely lost their vitality. Is all this in your calculation? Zyogang took a deep look at Arthur. He naturally saw why the opponent finally used Leech Seed to defeat Geodude's intention. Defeated Geodude in the shortest time, and then counted his Onix. The vitality of Leech Seed has a time limit. If no border is found within a short period of time, Leech Seed will also lose its vitality. Originally, Zyoging thought that that period of time was enough to inactivate Leech Seed. But he didn't expect that this Bulbasaur was more energetic than he imagined. And because Leech Seed did this, Onix fell into a disadvantage in the battle from the very beginning. Not to mention, this was Onix who had fought with Pikachu before. Abuse of food also consumes energy. It would be embarrassing if one accidentally hit the opponent's Pokémon seriously. B*******D use Petal Dance. Seeing that Onix was entangled by Leech Seed, Arthur quickly made his next move, Onix use Rock Slide. Zyoging said with a sudden change of face when he saw this. Countless flower petals emanate from Bulbasaur's body and sweep towards Onix. No one can underestimate the power contained in these beautiful petals. If you are not careful, you may die under these petals. Onix knocked on the ground with its huge tail. Several rocks were pushed out from the ground growth by Onix and blocked in front of Onix, so that Arthur's determined blow was also helplessly missed. And the petals fell on the ground. On those huge rocks, it didn't cause too much damage. Just after using Rock Slide just now, Onix also trembled sadly. Obviously, Leech Seed still affected it. Come on, B*******D, use the Vine Whip. Arthur continued, frowning slightly, Garner. Bulbasaur stretched out the Vine Whip again, whipping towards Onix, Rock Tomb. A large number of rocks seemed to be controlled by Onix. Normal came to Bulbasaur, trying to block its figure and actions. Facing these gigantic rocks, Bulbasaur just swung his Vine Whip and beat on these rocks continuously. Some of them were blown away for a certain distance, while others were completely shattered, so powerful. Ash saw this scene from the side and murmured, "Both sides are so strong. Zyoging's Onix has elite-level strength. Arthur's Bulbasaur is not as powerful as Onix, but he still has the advantage. This is the problem of attributes restraint and the gap in trainer's command. So far, Arthur is still in command, take advantage." Misty glanced helplessly at Ash, but patiently explained to him. Ash was a little silent when he heard the words, but he still watched the battle in front of him with burning eyes. Did attribute restrain himself? Isn't it possible to reverse the attribute, do not? He doesn't believe it. Bulbasaur used the Leech Seed again, Arthur continued. Onix used Dig, it's useless. Just when Onix was about to dig, its figure also froze. As if attracted by something normal, what? Zyoging sniffed, is this sweet scent when? Zyoging was somewhat confused. He didn't let go of this battle, except that he didn't use the main Pokémon of the gym. Already going all out. But I didn't expect the battle to become like this. Onix, who was attracted by the sweet scent, was hit by the Leech Seed without fail. A large number of seeds parasitized Onix's body and began to grow crazily. Onix's body was covered with special vines. Use this chance, use the Razor Leaf, Arthur continued. Zyoging wanted to resist, but he finally sighed helplessly at this time. There was no way to make a comeback, and Leech Seed had almost surrounded Onix. At this time, it may be very difficult to resist, sure enough. When Razor Leaf hit Onix, the opponent also completely lost the ability to fight. Good job, Garlic B******D. Arthur's mouth showed a slight smile. The sweet scent just now was an order he gave Bulbasaur through the waveguide. And now it seems to be very good. It's just a pity that with his current waveguide power, it's difficult to use waveguide power to command battles for a long time. And he can only overshadow rival in this way. But such unexpected behavior will occasionally play a huge role. Ghana, Bulbasaur showed a proud look. Although this battle was exhausting, Bulbasaur really felt his progress. Buyi Chinese letter. Eevee said that even if it is on it, it will do. You and your Pokémon are very good. It's really hard to tell. You are a trainer who just went on a trip. This is the badge of the Nibai Gym. I look forward to your performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After scoring the Pokémon ball, he also came over and said, "No, it might be dangerous if you use the main Pokémon." Arthur took the badge and said with a smile, "After all, this is just a gym challenge. And your Alakazam is also very powerful." Zyogin glanced at Alakazam, who teacher at the side with a vague look. And it seemed that his Pokémon might not really belong to the other party. Rival what's more, Arthur also showed his excellent combat command ability, which was enough for Arthur to get such a badge, thank you. Arthur chuckled, then turned his gaze to Ash, who was on the sidelines. "Congratulations, Arthur, you got your first badge so soon." Looking at the badge in Arthur's hand, Ash said enviously. "You will have it too," Arthur chuckled. Then nodded with Misty, and Zyogin left directly. "Is that your friend?" Zyogin asked Ash and Misty curiously. "Yeah, I just didn't expect him to be so strong." Ash sighed a little, "But I can't be behind Pikachu. We will conduct special training next. Try to defeat the gymnasium and get the gymnasium badge." Zyogin looked at Ash with black lines on the side. Hey, I'm right by your side. Is it really okay for you to say such words? And you still want to use Pikachu to fight me? Are you an iron or something? Zyogin doesn't know yet. He will be educated by Pikachu in the future. And Thunderbolt can also play a role in Onyx. After bidding farewell to Ash and Zyogin and his group, Arthur first went back to the Pokémon Center, checked all the Pokémon Agonand, then left Nibai City for MT. Moon is MT. Moon is a mountain in the northern Kanto region that separates Nibai City from Cerulean City. It is famous for its wild Clefairy and frequent falling meteors. The meteorite that fell here turned into moonstone. There are a large number of moonstone here, which are other evolutionary stones, MT. Moon also seems to have mineral veins at the same time. In order to connect Nibai City and Cerulean City, Alliance also dug a tunnel to allow the two cities to pass through. However, most Pokémon trainers will not choose to take this tunnel. Not only are wild Pokémon rarely seen here, but they also cannot appreciate the natural style of MT. Moon, you must know that the night view here is a must. If you are lucky and you find a meteorite that is a moonstone, then you will make a lot of money after all. The quality of the moonstone here is much better than outside. Along the way, Arthur encountered many challenges from passers-by. Arthur, who was not in a hurry, did not refuse. Although he is not short of money, and does not need to get travel expenses through Pokémon battles. But now his Pokémons do need a lot of battles to improve themselves. Especially Bulbasaur and Gible need combat experience to improve themselves and absorb the energy of natural treasures. On the contrary, Eevee's need for fighting is actually not that great. On the contrary, he needs a lot of energy to make up for his own insufficiency. Its current contest condition is that as long as it has enough energy, it can digest it and transform it into its own strength. This is a basic contest condition. The main reason is that when Eevee was in the wild, his nutrition was obviously insufficient. On the contrary, his combat experience was very sufficient. Unfortunately, he lacked formal training otherwise. His strength would definitely be more than that. Arthur must help Eevee make up for all that. A large number of energy cubes and nutrient solutions, coupled with systematic training. This is what Eevee has to do now. Only in this way can Eevee grow into the strongest Eevee in the world. After defeating several challengers and earning a lot of travel expenses, Arthur also set up his tent on a relatively flat mountainside in MT. Moon, preparing for today's camping. Perhaps for some people this is more dangerous. After all, there must be powerful wild Pokémon in MT, Moon. If you provoke them, it will be a huge trouble. You must know that not only Pokémon like Clefairy can be evolved with Moonstone, but also Nidoking and Nidoqueen. These Pokémon have a bad temper, however. Arthur also belonged to the type of bold and skilled man. He was the evil Team Rocket. How could he be afraid of these things, Eevee? Don't train Toddy, after all the wild is not very safe. Arthur told Eevee while preparing food for the Pokémon. Bowing, Eevee hesitated a bit. The nutrients he had taken in were a little too much. If you don't digest them well, you might get fat. Okay, don't worry about that, Arthur chuckled lightly. What we have to do now is to keep fighting. Eevee's long ears trembled but very quickly. Its heart trembled and it quickly ran to Arthur, looking at the other side with vigilance. Did something happen? Arthur muttered first. And then his face became vigilant. He felt several wave guides approaching. And it seems that the comer is not good. Finally found it, the trainer with the Gible. 3 people in Team Rocket uniforms rushed over with hot weapons. Hand over your Gible and Eevee. Or their gazes looked at Alakazam at the side vaguely. If they were not worried about the existence of this Alakazam, they would have fired a long time ago, meows. Arthur tilted his head. Are you sure you're not joking? When did the Rockets become popular for robbing themselves? Your dew has narrowed, Alakazam. Arthur glanced at Alakazam lightly, causing it to attack. I am also a member of the Rockets anyway. If the tiger doesn't show his power, you think I am Meowth. But soon, Arthur found helplessly that Alakazam's psychic fell on them. And it seemed to have little effect on them. Haha, have you noticed? Alakazam's psychic has no effect on us. So hurry up and hand over your Pokémon. The 3 Rocket Team members said triumphantly. If they weren't worried that the other party would use teleport to escape, they wouldn't need to do so. Moreover, their companions are also preparing equipment for teleport nearby. Once these equipments are prepared, it will be difficult for the opponent to fly. Originally, they didn't want to come out so soon, but they didn't expect the other party to react so sharply, to notice them from such a distance. Carrying something against psychic, what about this one? Arthur sneered, throwing a heat-resistant fairway. What? The members of Team Rocket were startled, only to see a huge moth appearing in front of them, exuding an extremely terrifying aura from all over. Volcarona string shot, Arthur said lightly. One thing to say, if these guys weren't Team Rocket, what he used wasn't just string shot. And of course it might have been faked by others. And these years, there have actually been quite a few people who committed suicide. And there were also quite a few people who pretended to be members of the Rockets to do bad things. Among them were various poaching organizations. And some members of the Alliance themselves were guarding and stealing. It was almost unnecessary for the poachers to open their mouths. Their bodies had already reacted, and the guns in their hands had already fired. But in the face of these bullets, the silk thread spit out by Volcarona quickly formed a large net, which was easy. The most important thing is to block these bullets, and even entangle these 3 people afterwards. A large number of silk threads were spit out by Volcarona, surrounding the 3 of them immediately afterwards. Arthur gestured to Alakazam again, and Alakazam understood and left to find the accomplices of these guys. After thinking about it, Arthur still called his superior secretary directly, and the phone was connected quickly. And the cool voice of the real bird came, "What's the matter?" Although he knows that this is the young master of the Rockets, according to Zachari's character, it is impossible to act flatteringly. Has our organization taken any action on MT Moon recently? Arthur's words made Maddo frown. No. If a normal person asks such a question, the real bird will not answer Revan if it is an executive. But who makes the other party special? I've caught a lot of Team Rocket people here. Are they coming to take over? Or are they going to be destroyed? Arthur glanced at the 3 fake Team Rocket members and asked. Those 3 personnel showed despairing eyes. And Arthur's words also entered their minds. They never thought that the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of them would be a member of Team Rocket. No wonder there is such a powerful Volcarona and Alakazam. It's just that the opponent belongs to the Rockets, and their lives are in danger. If they are caught by the Alliance, they can get out for a little money. But if they are caught by the Rockets, they will definitely die. The real bird frowned slightly. She was thinking about what to do. It is natural to take over. But these guys are not of much use. And now their Rockets are working on a big plan, to be honest. There is no one who can come out to act, unless some of their hidden chess pieces are to be exposed. Letting Arthur be wiped out was originally the most correct choice. But she knew what her boss thought. Arthur joined the Rockets in name but in fact. The foundation was clean. The only ones in the Rockets who knew about Arthur were she and Giovanni. But once you kill someone, the situation is different. Okay, then let's kill them directly. Starting today, my codename in Team Rocket is Hooligan. Don't worry, I will use other Pokémon and hide my identity. Arthur hung up the phone directly, so that the real bird on the other side of the phone was dumbfounded. So fresh, there are also codenames and so on. Can you choose them for yourself? What do you mean by treating me like this as a subordinate? I'm your boss, however, this seems to be very good. As the heir of the Rockets, how can he have no guts at all? After thinking about it, she still called Giovanni and told him about Arthur. Giovanni on the other side was also silent for a while. And the thing she was most worried about happened. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not unacceptable. He said in a deep voice, I want to receive a guest. Which is related to the future of the Rockets. Arthur, he can do whatever he wants, anyway. The opposite is just poaching organization. He can still escape if he wants to. Gym-level Alakazam is enough to face most poaching organizations. If the opponent is really strong, there is no need to pretend to be the Rockets to do stealthy things. Ding! A temporary mission is issued. Someone is pretending to be the Rockets and discrediting the Rockets. As a member of the Rockets, how can you sit idly by? Eliminate this group of people who have discredited the Rockets. At this moment, the corner of Arthur's mouth also twitched. Unlike other systems, he didn't get the corresponding reward for defeating the gym master. But now he gave himself such a task, sure enough. This system deserves to be the strongest rocket system. What Volcarona used the flame vortex? Arthur didn't care what the 3 Pokémon hunters said, and directly let Volcarona attack them. For them, he has no mercy at all. If his Pokémon is not strong enough, then he may be the one who died, and they will not have any mercy for him. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, by Eevee called softly, not because it was dissatisfied with Arthur's behavior, but because it just wanted to comfort Arthur. In the eyes of little Eevee, the shit shovel officer and his family is a kind person. And these guys will never forgive him if they want to take him away from Arthur. I understand what you mean, but this world is like this. Just like you Pokémonven if they are of the same kind. There is no one to be sympathetic to. This is just a group of people who are willing to do anything for money. Even worse than the Rockets, there is no bottom line. After all, no matter what they do, the Rockets will take the blame. Arthur patted Eevee's little head and said, he really didn't treat these guys as adults. From the other party's wave guide, Arthur felt deep malice. Even if he handed over the Pokémon, the other party would still attack him. And there were many lives in their hands. You guys come back first, sighing softly. Arthur put Eevee, Bulbasaur and Gible into the Pokémon ball, and even put back his own tent. He had a hunch that something big would happen here. Or it's better to be cautious. Arthur's vest, he doesn't want to throw it away. After all this is over, Alakazam has returned here. Obviously, the 2 Pokémon hunters not far away have been dealt with by Alakazam. And they also got their intelligence. Arthur put on his swirly mask and said with a sneer, Volcarona, let's go. Why haven't those guys come back yet? They're nothing more than little brats. In a camp on the top of MT Moon, a group of Pokémon hunters in Team Rocket uniforms were smoking and chatting. Not far from them there are dozens of cages, many of which contain Pokémon Clefairy Jigglypuff, which are loved by all kinds of ladies and can be sold at very high prices on the black market. Few other Pokémon such as Nidoran female sign and Nidorina, who are very promising in the future, have also been arrested. Boss, do you think there will be any problems after all? That child is not an ordinary person at first glance. If he is really solved, what should his family members do? Another Pokémon hunter asked worriedly. Huh, don't you see what we are now? We are the rockets. Even if something happens, they will go to the rockets. When we leave here, pay attention to let others see us. After finishing this, one vote will go to Sinnoh region. No matter how strong the rockets, Aerithie will never find us. A burly man with a beard took a puff of a cigarette and said with disdain, a Gible. Just enough to feed us for decades, really, at this time. An indifferent voice came from not far away. The tone was extremely cold and biting. The group of Pokémon hunters looked at themselves, only to see a man wearing a black background with red clouds and a spiral mask walking over from not far away. What shocked them most was that under the opponent's cloak, it was the Rocket's uniform, Team Rocket. The group of Pokémon hunters were shocked. They never thought that they would meet the real Team Rocket while pretending to be Team Rocket. Team Rocket, Afe, please give me your advice. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth. This dress was custom-made for him by Makoto when he was in Tokyo City, since he wanted to pretend to be a hooligan. The clothes of the Akatsuki organization were naturally indispensable. It seems that the real bird is very satisfied with this costume. The leading Pokémon searched the information in his mind. He had never heard of what kind of a Fae. He thought that the other party was also pretending to be the Rockets. Or he was an unknown person in the Rockets, get rid of him. But no matter who it was, they couldn't sit still. Did you do it? A sneer appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth. The other party had already loaded the gun and shot at Arthur. What made it hard for them to accept was that Arthur's figure flashed and disappeared directly in front of them. But what appeared in place was a sleeping Houndoom. Not good, the faces of those Pokémon changed. They all knew this Houndoom, it was their boss's Houndoom. It was sent out to search for traces of wild Pokémon before. It was relatively powerful and had an elite level. But she didn't expect that she would be unconsciously knocked into a coma by the other party. And it appeared in front of them abruptly. By the time they realized it, the bullet had already been fired. Houndoom has been loyal to his trainer all his life, and has done a lot of crazy things. But in the end, he was killed by his trainer in his sleep. The strength of elite Pokémon is indeed not bad. But human weapons are not vegetarian. They are specially prepared to deal with powerful Pokémon. Houndoom is even in a coma. So naturally he has no means to resist bullets, damn it. The leading Pokémon hunter saw his Houndoom being killed by him. And his heart was even more furious without this Houndoom. Not to mention whether it would be possible to deal with the other party. It was in this team of Pokémon hunters. Himself, the position is also precarious. Pokémon hunter is a very realistic profession. Your strength is strong and your poaching ability is superb. Then you will be recognized, but if your strength declines, then sorry, you can no longer be the captain. And even enemies will come to trouble you. How does it feel to hunt your own Pokémon by yourself? At this time, Arthur's voice came from the side. In fact, he was also nervous, Houndoom calls. But when it came to the real face, Arthur was still a little nervous. If there was a slight mistake, would be gone. His body isn't as strong as Houndoom's yet at the same time. He also decided to train the power of Wave Guide in the future. Maybe in the future, he can also rely on his own hard power to deal with these hot weapons. And I won't pretend anymore in the future. If you can quickly deal with the other party, let's deal with it. Although hot weapons are controlled in this world, there are still many people who hold them, which is quite dangerous, fortunately. This kind of hot weapon is still controlled by the Pokémon Hunter organization. As for Alliance, this kind of weapon department has been cancelled in name. After all, weapons are easy to hurt Pokémon, and those legendary Pokémon do not allow the existence of these weapons. In this world, the establishment of Alliance is the result of mutual compromise between Pokémon and human beings. Human thermal weapons are strictly prohibited. Alliance does not dare to mess with Sale-san after all. The other party has the legendary Pokémon. A real god doesn't care how many hot weapons you have. They can kill you instantly. That is synonymous with invincibility. Volcarona, get rid of them, Arthur snapped his fingers. Volcarona's huge figure descended from the sky, and the coercion emanating from his body made the group of Pokémon hunters tremble. This is an elite Pokémon. The leading Pokémon hunter couldn't help swallowing, and even the hand holding the gun began to tremble. If it's just a normal Pokémon then with thermal weapons, they can still resist, but this is an elite Pokémon. Once Pokémon reaches the gymnasium level, there are many ways to deal with weapons such as guns. And even the energy barrier generated by the Protect skill can block bullets. Even ordinary Pokémon have some ways to deal with guns under the fortunate contest condition. For fast Pokémon, guns cannot lock on the opponent at all. And for Pokémon with rough skin and thick flesh, even bullets cannot penetrate the outer scales. As for the elite level, well, it's not that these Pokémon hunters are arrogant. Even if they shoot at this Volcarona, a flamethrower on the opposite side can burn their bullets. The two sides are not in the same order of magnitude at all. Get rid of them, Arthur said lightly, feeling a little dull at the same time. This stage is not big enough to be the debut of the Rockets A-Fay. When I have enough strength, I have to find a bigger stage. No, before they could say anything, Volcarona's whole body radiated hot flames at this moment. It was like the scorching sun in soaring in the sky. And the hot Pokémon hunters couldn't breathe. Then facing them is takedown. Has the system not completed its mission yet? Arthur frowned, then took out a marker pen and wrote on the stone wall beside him, "Those who pretend to be Team Rocket will be killed no matter how far away they are." A hooligan dings. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarding Jengar normal Gem Dragon gems. And Nakiri Arena's cooking skills. Listening to the system's prompt, Arthur also raised his eyebrows. Jengar. It seems very good. The Jengar produced by the system is not bad in strength. And I have a lineup that can really fight. Normal gem and dragon gems. Let alone the necklace props on Eevee's neck. As for Nakiri Arena's culinary skills, well, are you going to drug yourself? I don't know if this cooking skill can make me make better Pokémon food. The energy cubes he made can only be said to be edible, but the quality cannot be said to be very good. With a lot of Arena's understanding of cooking coming into his mind, Arthur's face was also tangled for a while, and he found that he seemed to have really become a master chef. Like the meals he cooked before, he might really if you can't eat it anymore. It's no different from pig food. Although the ingredients in the Pokémon world are very different from those in the world of Halberd Eater. But with Nakiri Arena's cooking skills, he is confident that he can use ingredients from this world to perfectly replace them, and even make more delicious food. As for the energy cube, it seems that cooking skills can really be used to solve it. In this world, the ingredients of the energy cube are actually not difficult to find. It is not a big secret, but how much each material needs to be added and when. Plus, it's extremely difficult to control. This also caused the uneven variety of energy cubes. The most important thing is that each Pokémon has a different taste and requires different energy. Even if it is the same Pokémon, for example, Arthur's Eevee and Gary's Eevee need different energy cubes. Over time, the required energy cubes will also change. Energy cubes are not omnipotent, but they can indeed play a lot of roles. For example, in the original book, Ash does not often train Pokémon, but each Pokémon grows at a fast rate. This is also thanks to Zyoging, who provides balanced nutrition for Ash's Pokémon. Otherwise, how could Ash have won not bad grades? At this moment, Arthur seemed to understand Zyoging's intentions. Instead of looking for those outstanding Pokémon trainers, he followed a weak trainer like Ash. If he could cultivate all his Pokémon, it would prove his strength. Are you strong? Sure enough, Zyoging was the most well-intentioned. If it weren't for his special status, Arthur would really like to find an exclusive breeder. Now he can only try it out slowly. Although the efficiency is a bit poor, he has confidence in himself, and he even makes better than those breeders. Better Pokémon food from top breeders. Then Arthur looked at the captured Pokémon. They were all Pokémon like Jigglypuff Igglybuff and Clefairy. If they entered the black market, they would be expensive. How to do? He doesn't have the Rocket's dedicated Pokémon balls on him. And the Pokémon balls on his body are all Alliance balls. Even if he erases the above information. If there are too many Pokémon balls, Alliance will detect them. And he didn't want others to notice that he had something to do with this incident. The only thing he can do now seems to be to release these Pokémon. Although it is a bit difficult to accept, it is also a helpless thing. When Arthur came in front of these Pokémon also trembled. They had no choice but to see with their own eyes how this masked man eliminated those villains. This doesn't seem like a good person either. Arthur didn't know what these Pokémon were thinking. He just opened the cages silently and said softly, "Leave quickly, this place is not very safe. Don't be caught again in the future, Skin." The Clefairy looked at Arthur in surprise. This guy who didn't look like a good guy actually let them go. This is really unbelievable. Timid Pokémon like Nidoran Female Sign and Nidorina ran away as soon as Arthur released them. Arthur didn't pay too much attention to this. Instead, he looked around curiously to see if there was anything worth fishing for. Skin. But at this moment, a Clefairy grabbed Arthur's trousers. "What's the matter, little ones?" Arthur asked, looking at Clefairy curiously. Clefairy took out 2 crystal and bright moon stones out of nowhere and put them in front of Arthur. Arthur could tell at a glance that this was definitely the top moonstone. If the price of the most common moonstone is around 20,000, the better quality is around 200,000 to 500,000. And the better one is 1 million. Arthur once saw on the news that a moonstone was stolen. It sold for 2.5 million, like moonstones of this quality. Using them to evolve has a certain chance to increase the Pokémon's potential. Wearing it for a long time can also absorb the power inside, thereby improving strength. Now the 2 moonstones that Clefairy took out were definitely worth more than 5 million. And even Arthur was moved with compassion. But he still said, "You should keep this thing for yourself. Skin, it's okay, there's plenty more at home." Clefairy said, shaking his head. "There are many more at homes." Arthur didn't know what to say for a while. "You are so stupid. Does your Pokémon know, however?" Through the power of Waveguide, Arthur also confirmed that the other party was not lying. The opponent does have a lot of moonstones, and he can take them down with peace of mind. Pokémon like Clefairy seem to have the ability to find moonstones. And for MT moons, it seems that it is not difficult for Clefairy to find moonstones. But they are not strong enough to rashly just use moonstone to evolve. Little guy, don't say this to others in the future. For many human beings this is an irresistible captivate. And it will even bring bad luck to your group. Arthur thought for a while and took a moonstone, said, "I'll just take one. Keep the remaining one for your own evolution. It will be of great help to you." He thinks he is not a good person, but a villain who joined the Rocket's skin. Clefairy tilted his head, seeing that the other party didn't seem to be humble. Clefairy took back the other moonstone, waved at Arthur, and left with his little friends to repay the kindness. Between Pokémon and human beings there is truth, goodness and beauty. Such a world is worth protecting. Arthur murmured as he watched Clefairy leave. Then he shook his head again. Under Alliance's rule, darkness will only increase. Those Pokémon hunters were all established when Alliance turned a blind eye. And there are even many it was secretly supported by Alliance. Arthur even suspected that many of the Rocket Snatch Pokémon incidents that occurred in Kanto and Johto region were secretly done by Alliance. How it seems that these guys still have something. Then Arthur looked at the off-road vehicles of these Pokémon hunters, and he felt the faint breath of Waveguide on them. Everything has a Waveguide. But this Waveguide feeling is the Waveguide of Pokémon that can learn to Waveguide. There are quite a few Pokémon famous for Waveguide. Of course, the most famous ones are Riolu and Lucario. But not all of them can learn Waveguide. In addition to the legendary Pokémon Togekiss Minfu. And Clawitzer can also learn Aura Sphere as their level increases. As for the acquired Aura Sphere through training, There are also the Squirtle family Hitmonlee Hitmonchan, Gallade and Kamoo. Either way, it seems like a pretty good Pokémon. They are all Pokémon with waveguide potential. Without hesitation, Arthur smashed the off-road vehicle open, and then a Pokémon egg with water blue patterns came into Arthur's eyes. Pokémon egg Squirtle potential, elite. It would be nice if it wasn't Clowitzer. Seeing the system's identification, Arthur was also slightly relieved and at the same time. His heart was surging. Squirtle also a pretty good Pokémon. As the Usangia of the Kanto region, Squirtle is definitely a Pokémon with great potential. And it is also a Squirtle with elite potential. How can this make Arthur not tempted? As for where these Pokémon hunters found Squirtle's eggs, it didn't matter to Arthur. Sure enough, being a good person still pays off. He quickly picked up Squirtle's egg and left in a hurry. Because of the previous attack, the people from Alliance had noticed the situation here. So it was better to leave as soon as possible. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes after Arthur left Ms. Juncha rushed over with the official staff of the Alliance. And there was still the residual heat of the flame. What a powerful flame. I'm afraid it's not made by gym-level Pokémon. Maybe even elite levels. Miss Juncha took a deep look and said the corpses. Look here. A staff member hurriedly pointed to the words written by Arthur before. Team Rocket. So, these poachers pretending to be Team Rocket have offended real Team Rocket members. It's just that Team Rocket has this member called a Fae. Miss Juncha's expression changed. Ning, Growlithe, did you smell the other party? Growlithe poked his nose out and sniffed around here, but shook his head helplessly. Arthur's mask is not a lie. As a prop produced by the system, it is not just used to cover the face, but can be used to block all information, whether it is his own breath or the breath of things related to him. The mask can block it, even if Arthur appeared in front of Growlithe wearing a mask 1 second, and appeared in his own appearance the next moment. Growlithe couldn't tell the difference, and even ignored Arthur subconsciously, of course. This does not mean that Arthur can sit back and relax. If someone accidentally leaves evidence, he will also be exposed. HMPH, it's really a dog eats a dog. It's just a pity that so many Pokémon were captured by the Rockets. A staff member said angrily. Miss Juncha was a little silent. As an important force of the Alliance, the Juncha family has a unique status, like the Joey family. They naturally understand the Alliance's sleazy dogs, but they have nothing to do if they want to intervene in these matters. The power of the Alliance is much stronger than them, and they can only fight crimes within their capabilities and strive to protect innocent civilians and Pokémon, whether it may be a chess piece of the Alliance or a member of the Rockets. As long as you do evil, Juncha will catch you. But it is a pity that they have the right to arrest. But they do not have the right to judge. Shortly after being arrested, he was released again. This time the situation seems to be a little different. That hooligan, it seems that he did not capture those Pokémon, but set them free. Just considering the situation of the people here, Juncha still didn't say anything. Come out, Jengar. After reaching the new campsite, Arthur also released Jengar. He missed the Jengar in the Viridian Forest, but the system gave him another Jengar. And he didn't know this Jengar. How is the strength? Jai with a smirk. Jengar appeared in front of Arthur and other Pokémon. Pokémon Jengar attribute, Poison Ghost height 1. 58m racial average height is 1, 5m weight, 42. 8 kg racial average weight is 40, 5 kg. Ability Body of Curse skills, Hypnosis Mean Look. Perish Songlick Reflect type Confuse Ray Shadow Punch. Payback Spite Curse Hex Knight Shade Sucker Punch Dark Pulse. Shadow Ball Destiny Bond Dream Eater Reflect type. Strength Elite Intermediate Potential, Champion. System Evaluation, Jengar is very good, but it still has quite good potential. It is recommended to cultivate it well. Suggestion, Special Attack and Speed are its advantages, but physical strength is Jengar's deficiency. Build it to carry a 20 kg load for training. Enhance Pokémon's physical strength, and further optimize its speed. It is recommended to let it learn Ice Punch through training. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Let it have a wider attribute attack surface. Looking at Jengar's information, Arthur Masuo clicked his chin. As expected of Jengar given by the system. Whether it is the current strength or potential. They are all first class. This is comparable to Volcarona. Although Alakazam's strength is a little bit worse. He also has other advantages. He will help Arthur train other Pokémon. Alakazam is a good supplement to the system. The system did teach Arthur how to breeder Pokémon. But the specific plan still needs to be analyzed and planned by Alakazam. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Alakazam is definitely not inferior to most researchers in the world. This just makes up for Arthur's lack of basic knowledge. He did play Pokémon games in his previous life, in this world. He also went to school for a while. But don't forget that in this world, the ones who really teach you Pokémon knowledge, but not much to each other. Most of the Pokémon knowledge is monopolized by the Alliance or those big families. If all that knowledge is taught, how can they monopolize it? What is taught in school is only the most basic knowledge. And at the same time you are not forced to learn anything. Didn't you see that Ash doesn't even know the most basic attribute battle table? As for that special school, only big families and rich people can afford it. Don't think that you know Pokémon because you have played Pokémon and watched Pokémon animations. Pokémon is far more mysterious than you think. Welcome our new companions. Arthur released his other Pokémon, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Gible, Volcarona, Alakazam, Jengar. And now he barely has 6 Pokémon by Japanese letter hash. Gana Oso Wow TT. The 3 little guys showed different expressions. Eevee should be saying hello arrogantly. Bulbasaur was a little confused. His eldest brother seemed to have added another Pokémon. But Gible wants to cruelty. Did it become like this? Gible said that his path to becoming the boss seems to be getting farther and farther. Alakazam and Volcarona nodded slightly to Jengar. They are all Pokémon from the system. Although they don't know the truths, these Pokémon will have a different sense of intimacy when they get along with Pokémon of the same origin. Jai Jai. Jengar smiled at them and shook his head to say hello. Then it looked at Bulbasaur's eyes as if seeing light, and quickly ran to Bulbasaur's side, sucking on Bulbasaur's forehead with its big mouth. Gana. Oh, Bulbasaur felt as if he was going to be sucked dry. Bulbasaur, Arthur's face changed slightly, and he called out hastily, it's okay. Letting Jengar absorb Bulbasaur's poison is a good thing for Bulbasaur. Alakazam said to Arthur quickly, you tell me this is a good thing. Arthur's face also became weird, and he saw that under Jengar's suction, Bulbasaur was almost squeezed dry. She is no longer the buffoon who was full of energy before. Bulbasaur's poison glands can continuously produce and accumulate venom for it. But if you don't use these venoms, the long-term accumulation may affect the growth rate of Bulbasaur. The process of producing toxin is also the improvement of Bulbasaur's strength during the process. The Bulbasaur of Professor Oak used to let Ghastly of Agatha suck the venom. Alakazam kept explaining to Arthur. Arthur was confused. Why does his own Alakazam even know this kind of thing? As expected of you. Professor Who even knows this kind of gossip. Arthur suddenly felt that Alakazam is not only suitable to be his secretary, but also can help train Pokémon by himself. He suspects that one day, Alakazam may show some special skills of big families. Jai after smoking Bulbasaur. Eevee and Gible's eyes on Jengar have changed. This is a big devil. Gible stretched out his small paw and patted Bulbasaur's head. After confirming that it could still move, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Garna. Bulbasaur said that he really didn't have a drop. Lying on the ground, looking at Jengar with fear and an inexplicable feeling in his eyes. When Jengar sucked the venom, Bulbasaur felt very uncomfortable. And it did feel unparalleled exhaustion, but now, Bulbasaur still feels relaxed and comfortable. Without the venom in the poison gland, it can continue to produce and even produce stronger ones. It feels that it absorbs the toxic orb much faster. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Bulbasaur, Arthur also breathed a sigh of relief and told Jengar again, be careful in the future. Even if you want to smoke Bulbasaur, you need its consent. Ghana of Bulbasaur said that he was frightened. Is his trainer serious? Just now, Bulbasaur felt like he was about to die. Bulbasaur felt that his frog was a little uncomfortable at the moment. Wouldn't he be remembered by Jengar in the future? But considering the status of Jengar boss, as a younger brother though, I have to pay protection fees. And after being sucked by Jengar, although Bulbasaur felt very empty, he was really comfortable. Do you want to give the boss a wave every once in a while? Arthur picked up Eevee. Took a sip. Eevee sauce is cute. It sucks frogs or something, is not sensitive. How can you suck Eevee? Boy, Japanese letter. Eat my mother's tofu while my mother is not paying attention. Shit shovel officer, you are enough, okay. Play by yourself for a while. I'll be in charge of making dinner. Arthur put down Eevee and then began to prepare dinner for himself and the little ones. Jengar tilted his head aside. His eyes lit up again and said, Jai, I want to help too. But will you? Arthur looked at Jengar speechlessly. Asking Jengar to cook dinner. I'm afraid I'm going to make trouble. Jengar is still a poison Pokémon. If he is poisoned, wouldn't he be sent to the Pokémon Center? Jengar can learn, Jengar said hastily. It's a bit late today. Arthur said with a little hesitation, you just watch from the sidelines now. And I will teach you when I have time, Jengar. Jengar nodded with a smile, then looked at Arthur curiously again. In fact, this fat man is quite cute. If the other party's mischievous character is removed. Arthur took out a kitchen knife and began to cut meat and various berries. At this moment, he felt as if he had been a professional chef for more than 10 years. That is, the cut-out sizes are all the same. Is this the strength of the heroine of the gourmet show? Jengar watched Arthur chop vegetables, light a fire, and cook vegetables from behind. All these movements were smooth and smooth. Just like normal art, and little stars appeared in his eyes. What should we do? I really want to learn. Jengar put this dish on the tablecloth. Arthur poured a dish onto the plate and said to Jengar. Jengar walked towards the tablecloth, shaking the plate in his short hand. One dish and one soup were quickly prepared, which was enough for Arthur to eat by himself. Then he began to try to make energy cubes. When making energy cubes, Arthur was also a blessing. It seems that making energy cubes is not difficult, and he has a lot of small ideas. Maybe he can slow down the energy cubes, slow improvement. Half an hour later, an energy cube was made. Jengar. Test the poison. Arthur took out a power cube of significantly better quality than before and put it in Jengar's mouth. After all, there has never been any news of Jengar being poisoned. Japanese letter asterisk Japanese letter delicious. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Jengar, Arthur also took a sip. The taste was much better than before. Little guy's dinner is ready. Arthur divided the energy cubes. Eat these first. And then I will make energy cubes for you according to your characteristics. Well, it doesn't take much time to make energy cubes after you are proficient. But if you want to make each Pokémon specially, it will take a lot of time. Pokémon training troubles. Under the teaching of Professor Hu and the help of the system, the little ones can carry out the most scientific training. Bui wow Alakazam Ghana Jenga Buzz. The 6 Pokémon all set their sights on the Pokémon basin placed by Arthur, which was full of Arthur's special energy cubes. There is one thing to say. It is indeed much better than before. Jengar, who had already tasted the delicious food before, directly stuffed a large number of energy cubes into his mouth, with a happy expression on his face. And the other Pokémon immediately started to eat tasty. Even the Tsundere Eevee didn't make the Tsundere contest condition at the moment, but ate it not very ladylike. Looking at this scene, Arthur also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Making his Pokémon eat so happily is also a sense of accomplishment for Pokémon trainer. Eevee, this is the sea. When Arthur walked out of MT Moon with a group of Pokémon, it was already a week later. The huge MT. Moonvein is indeed a good place for training Pokémon. If possible, Arthur may stay there for a long time. But he also knows that familiarity with the plot is his greatest advantage. All he has to do is get all the benefits before Ash. Cerulean City is an important water transportation hub city in the Kanto region. The Cerulean Canal that runs through Cerulean City is the largest canal in the entire Kanto region. It carries almost one-third of the inland waterway transportation in the Kanto region. And Cerulean City happens to be established above the mouth of the Cerulean Canal, is the Kanto region. Second only to Vermilion City. The second largest harbor city. And the second largest seaside tourist city. Looking at the endless blue sea. A gleam flashed in Eevee's eyes. This was the first time he saw the sea. And even he felt a burst of excitement. Okay. Let's fix it up and go to challenge the gymnasium tomorrow. After challenging the gymnasium, let's go to the beach to play, Arthur said, stroking Eevee's little head. This week in the field, the little guys have been training very hard, and they have some injuries to some extent. Now they really need to go to the Pokémon Center to get a good repair. However, Gengar and Volcarona cannot enter the Pokémon Center for treatment due to their status. If something really happens, they will have to go to Team Rocket's base for treatment. Therefore, for Gengar and Volcarona, Arthur strictly monitors the training intensity. Once there is any problem, we'll spend a lot of medicine, and even train for one day and rest for one day, however. After this period of time, Arthur's Pokémon has also made a lot of progress. Bulbasaur Elite Beginner, Eevee Elite Beginner. Gible Normal, Alakazam Gym Level Intermediate. Volcarona Elite Intermediate. Gengar Elite Intermediate. Among them, Bulbasaur has come to the edge of evolution. As long as there is an opportunity, Bulbasaur's strength can evolve at any time. Once Bulbasaur evolves, then there will be a huge leap in strength. The growth speed of Bulbasaur is absolutely fast. Among them, the miracle seed that was removed by Swallow has a great influence. And the toxic orb hanging around the neck has a lot of effects. Of course, it is also related to Gengar's absorb Bulbasaur toxin from time to time. In short, Bulbasaur, after a while, I felt that my venom seemed to be getting stronger. The slowest progress is Gible, who obviously has the help of Earth Gem and Dragon Gem. But it will take a while for the little guy to completely absorb their power. And as a dragon, Quasi-Godhigh's growth rate is extremely fast. Slow down, you want Gible to grow quickly with just 2 orbs. Isn't this a dream? See how much Cynthia paid for her Garchomp. How much will it cost each year after growing up? According to Arthur's rough calculation, Cynthia spent at least 500 million for Garchomp. And now the annual cost of ingredients and health medicines is more than 20 million. This is definitely an astronomical figure for normal people. But if you want to tap the full potential of these Pokémon, or even exceed its potential, you have to do it, boy. Eevee nodded slightly. It wanted to be arrogant at first, but its small eyes still stayed on the sea. And it didn't even have time to play petty temper with Arthur. At the same time, Arthur also looked at the sea, thinking slightly in his heart. Maybe he needs a Pokémon that can fly with him or walk in the sea with him. Squirtle is indeed a good choice for water-type Pokémon. The evolved Blastoise is also a good choice for a mount. But Squirtle has not yet been born. I'm sorry, Miss Joey, Arthur said as he handed the little ones to Miss Joey. You're welcome, this is what we should do, Ms. Joey still upholds a good professional attitude. By the way, Miss Joey has a trainer named Ashbin here. Then Arthur asked again, Ash, sorry, I haven't seen it. Miss Joey recalled for a moment, but still shook her head and said, is that so? Thank you very much, Arthur nodded slightly. It seemed that he was walking in front of Ash and his group again. But it was true after thinking about it. Ash and the others were lost king's places like MT. For 10 days and a half months. There is no need to think about them coming out. After the Pokémon Center made some repairs for the Pokémon, Arthur also came to a hotel near the sea. But he just walked into the hotel when he was stopped by a woman in OL costume. When Arthur saw the other party, he was also taken aback. Isn't this his secretary anoints his bosses it really a bird? Why is she here and why is she looking for herself directly? This unscientific, why are you here? Arthur was a little confused. The identity of the real bird is also an absolute secret within the Rockets. She is only responsible to Giovanni. Even the executive of the Rockets doesn't know much about her. Even if Giovanni is exposed one day, Makoto can still be her behind-the-scenes secretary of the Rockets safely. Why can't I get through the phones? Real Bird gave Arthur an angry look and said, "Hey." Accidentally threw it into the backpack. Arthur looked at his Pokémon watch. It turned out that it was no longer on his wrist. And he threw it into the backpack out of trouble before. But there was no signal there. What happened to that fire-type Pokémon? Shinto asked in a low voice. Arthur's answer made her very speechless. If this guy is not Giovanni's nephew, he may be the second generation of the Rockets in the future. If this kind of thing happens to other members of the Rockets, they will definitely receive a huge punishment. Volcarona, I helped it once so it followed me. Arthur couldn't tell the problem of the system, but he also gave the real bird an acceptable answer. Elite level. Didn't you use Alliance's Pokémon Ball to subdue it? Madu didn't know what to say help Volcarona, and then got an elite level Volcarona to follow. That's an elite Pokémon, how can there be such a good luck? However, considering that the other party has also seen hope, it seems unacceptable to subdue an elite-level Volcarona. Elite, they were subdued with special Pokémon balls. Arthur nodded slightly for this. You can rest assured that I am well disguised and no one will be able to detect me. The real bird was a little silent. And after a long time he said, remember to keep in touch in the future. Without my instructions you must not act rashly. You are an important part of our plans. And there can be no mistakes, an important part of the plan. Arthur was a little speechless if he didn't know the truth. He might really be deceived by the real bird, yes. After thinking for a while Arthur nodded and said, I will pay attention hearing Arthur's words. Makoto also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that because Arthur got the elite Pokémon, he would become ignorant from now on. And if he wanted to do things everywhere from now on, something big would happen. Well, it's good to do it for yourself. After taking a deep look at Arthur, the real bird left, contact me if you have anything. After saying this, the real bird left in a hurry. Arthur could still see the respect the staff in the hotel had for the real bird. It seemed that this was the Rockets industry. No wonder the real bird dared to stay in the hotel. Talk to yourself in the hall. But do you want to contact the real bird? Arthur stroked his chin, as if there was nothing wrong at the moment. And he needed to contact the Rockets in particular. In the high-end Sea View Hotel. Arthur sat comfortably on the balcony, tasting the coffee and desserts specially delivered by the hotel, admiring the blue sea and blue sky not far away. And the exhaustion of the week disappeared at this moment. On the small table beside, Eevee sauce is immersed in tasting those high-end and delicious desserts. For it who has eaten the last meal and never finished, it is really great to be able to live such a life. Bulbasaur is basking in the sun warmly. It can evolve at any time, and it is making the final preparations before evolution. On the contrary, it was Gible who let Arthur run on the treadmill brought by the waiter specially on his short legs. Its growth rate was almost the slowest, but the amount of training was the largest. Its powerful dragon body could make Gible take on training intensity unmatched by other Pokémon. This is the advantage of the Quasi-God recently. I found that my little friends are getting stronger faster than myself. And Gible is not calm anymore. I didn't like physical training very much. But Gible worked harder during training. Even if Arthur doesn't stare at it, it won't take the opportunity to slack off. Professor Who is constantly checking the stock information. Since wearing the Boshi glasses, it has become a lot wiser. Even when trading stocks, it can even analyze the best stocks. Arthur once secretly watched Professor Who's recent record. since he lost 200,000 yuan. Professor Hu has made all the money he lost, and even made a profit of 250,000 yuan. Arthur feels that in the future, their family's money may be worthless. I have to rely on Professor Hu to earn it, that's great. Let's go to the challenge gym. Arthur said to the little guys when the time was almost up. Buyi o Chinese letter Japanese letter, oh, hearing Arthur's words. Eevee showed a look full of fighting spirit. The former Nibai gym was challenged by Bulbasaur. This time it must be himself here. Okay, there's no need to be like this gym is a bit weak. Arthur said helplessly. At this time Misty was still traveling outside. The Cerulean gym only had Misty's 3 vase sisters, which can almost be said to be the Kanto region. Even the entire Pokémon world the weakest gym, if their elders did not make great contributions to Alliance. I am afraid this gymnasium would have been demolished long ago. Boy, letter 2C7, in the Cerulean Aquarium Eevee was in a daze. Didn't they come to challenge the gym? Why did a good gym challenge become like this? How did you come here to watch swimming? This is the gym trainer of the Cerulean gym. Arthur pointed to the 3 beauties and said, the most indispensable thing in the world is the vase. If it was Normal's dandy, he might be very interested in these vases, but for Arthur, he really didn't like such vases. In fact, Arthur feels that they have more or less chosen the wrong profession. With their appearance, if they work hard to become coordination trainers, they may become excellent coordination trainers. It's a pity that in the Kanto region, the Pokémon contest competition has not yet become popular. Otherwise they could have engaged in that aspect. It's also much better than performing synchronized swimming here. Arthur didn't know how to appreciate the so-called synchronized swimming. Looking at the looks of the people next to him, he seemed to be admiring some kind of art. Normal, aren't they all LSP? If you look at the long legs, just say it. Is it necessary to pretend to be a gentleman? Fortunately, this kind of performance didn't last long, and it felt like the time was almost up. Arthur hurried away with Eevee in his arms, and arrived at the venue that the 3 Cerulean sisters would pass by after the performance. This moment caught everyone's eyes. Good guy. He went directly to block the back doors. It seems that this is definitely a crazy fan, however. This little brother is really handsome. I don't know where he is from, maybe he can kiss fangs. Sorry, traffic is prohibited ahead. The staff at the scene quickly stopped Arthur fans. They've seen a lot fans crazier than Arthur. They've seen them all. I'm here to challenge the gym. Arthur said with a little embarrassment, yes, eyes. You are here to challenge the gym, please wait here. The staff looked at Arthur as if I was here to see what you said. They even thought that the Eevee in Arthur's arms was a Pokémon that Arthur was using to curry favor with the 3 sisters. These years, in order to get close to the 3 Cerulean sisters, they have met countless people, and some even challenged the gym constantly in order to get close to them. Well, that's right, facing the 3 Cerulean sisters. You need to keep losing games, so that you can. It is not uncommon for such a person to challenge the gymnasium again and again. From the staff's point of view, Arthur must be that kind of person. Although the master of the Cerulean Gymnasium is a little weaker and looks silly, he is not something that anyone can catch up to. Seeing the appearance of the staff, Arthur's face darkened. I'm not interested in that kind of vase. I want to challenge the gym. Arthur's words instantly shocked the staff at the scene. Although they all knew that the 3 Cerulean sisters were weak, they were the first to say that they were vases. Well, now they do believe this guy is telling the truth. If any fan of the Cerulean sisters knew what Arthur had said, they'd probably get him in trouble. Is there something wrong at this time? The performance was over, and the 3 Cerulean sisters came over one after another, wiping the water stains on their hair with towels as they walked. I'm Arthur from Tokyo City, and now I'm here to challenge the Cerulean gym. Arthur said lightly, challenge the gym, Sakura. The eldest of the 3 sisters said hesitantly, but our Pokémon are all injured. Arthur frowned slightly upon hearing this. So how long will it take? At least 2 days later. Sakura thought for a while and said, "Are there no other Pokémon?" Arthur asked unwillingly. The three Cerulean sisters glanced at each other. And finally Sakura said, "Yes, but they are very strong. If they could, they would naturally not use those Pokémon to fight. But who made the other party say that they are vases? Although the vase is also saying that they are beautiful. But they have nothing but beauties, which makes them very upset. Since the other party wants to challenge Eevee, don't mind, and use the Pokémon left by their parents. It is precisely because of these Pokémon that they can continue to maintain the Cerulean Gym, so that they will not be deprived by the Alliance, after all. Their talent in Pokémon Trainer is very limited, and they don't want to be a trainer. On the contrary, Misty is the one with the most potential. Misty is an absolute genius, no matter what. They will continue to operate the Cerulean Gym, even if they are ridiculed by everyone. They are the weakest gym in the Kanto region. The weakest trainer. They will persist until Misty can inherit everything. I believe Misty will be able to wash away the shame of the Cerulean Gym. Is it very strong? Well, I'm willing to try. After thinking for a while, Arthur gritted his teeth and said. Arthur's reaction made the three sisters stunned. They didn't expect that Arthur would actually agree. Looking at each other, they seemed to know the appearance of those Pokémon. They were really bold. After thinking about it and they didn't refuse, Sakura said, "Then please come with me. The Cerulean Gymnasium is right next to the Cerulean Aquarium." They didn't walk for long before arriving at the competition venue. Arthur also looked serious when he saw the huge pool with only a few floating boards floating on it. The water venue, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. The rules of the game are 1v1s. Can both sides use only one Pokémon? Violet stood on the referee's seat and asked Arthur. They are also kind-hearted. Even if the other party says they are vases, they still recognize their beauty, don't they? If it's just 1v1, the opponent still has a chance to win. Once the number of Pokémon is large, they don't think Arthur can win, okay. Arthur nodded slightly, and then saw Sakura take out a Pokémon ball and throw it into the pool, and saw a big monster appear in the pool, Pokémon Gyarados. Strength Gym high level, is it Gyarados? Arthur narrowed his eyes, but he still didn't take out the elite level Pokémon after all. According to Arthur's calculation, there should be elite level Pokémon in the Cerulean Gym. But if it's a gym level Pokémon, he can still fight. After all, Jengar and Volcarona are Pokémon that he doesn't want to be exposed. Then I'm counting on you, Alakazam. Arthur also threw a Pokémon ball. A white light flashed, and the Alakazam who professor wearing glasses appeared on the floating board on the water. He still didn't forget to give Arthur a glare. This guy actually took back the Pokémon ball before. You don't know how much information on the stock market I missed. What if I lose money, Alakazam? It seems very powerful. Sakura frowned and said with some concern for a moment. Without knowing what to do, she directed the Gyarados into battle. This Gyarados is their parents' Pokémon, which is very powerful but may not obey their commands. Moreover, Pokémon like Gyarados don't have a very good temper. If they go berserk, that's the biggest trouble. Alakazam used calm mind. Arthur over there was the first to issue the command. There was a blue light in Alakazam's eyes, and the psychic on his body kept surging. Seeing Alakazam like this, Sakura hesitated and said, Gyarados uses Twister, Alakazam reflect. As Arthur's words fell, a clear and translucent energy wall appeared in front of Alakazam, and Gyarados on the opposite side also hesitated for a while, then let out a roar. Countless waterspouts flooded the playing field generated on the top, towards the position where Alakazam is swept away. Sakura seems unable to command Gyarados smoothly. Arthur glanced thoughtfully at Gyarados' location. But it's right to think about it. Although Gyarados is willing to listen to Sakura's command, he still hesitates to some extent. After all, this is not his trainer, crack click. A monstrous waterspout landed on Reflect. and soon Reflect made the sound of glass shattering. Under the blocking of Reflect, the waterspout also became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Alakazam Future Sight. Once again a blue light flashed in Alakazam's eyes. A wave of Psychic constantly gathering from the sky seemed to come out to attack Gyarados at any time. No, Gyarados, use the hydro pump. Sakura said hastily, her expression changed slightly. Teleport as Arthur's words fell. Alakazam disappeared on the previous floating board, and Gyarados' 1 meter thick hydro pump missed the target because of this. Under this blow, the originally extremely strong floating board was cracked by the hydro pump attack, and countless water waves were born as a result, causing the other floating boards to shake constantly. And Alakazam appeared on the floating board on the other side. Trying to stand up, this water field for Pokémon like them is still too disadvantageous, Cybem. Seeing this, Arthur continued. The Psychic all over Alakazam's body surged again, and a large amount of Psychic spread towards Gyarados' location in a circle-shaped energy wave. Gyarados, get into the water to avoid it. Sakura said hastily upon seeing this, it's too late. Even though Gyarados got into the water, he was still hit by the Cybem, and even a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. And then he let out a furious roar. No, it's messed up. Sakura thought inwardly. Gyarados smelling salts, come here. It's just how could Gyarados listen to her command at this time? And he kept gathering energy in his mouth, as if he was about to release the destructive ray of death. Gyarados' mouth is full of terrifying energy, and it seems that it may destroy all normals at any time. This is it, Sakura was stunned. She didn't order Gyarados to use the destructive death light. Is this confusion? Boom. Gyarados sprayed out the destructive death light, plowing a ravine in the entire pool in an instant, and then attacked indiscriminately in all directions. Not good. Arthur's complexion changed. After Gyarados attacked the pool, he unexpectedly sprayed the destructive death light onto the pool wall, and even smacked down outside the playing field, attacking to the road on the wall of the pavilion. The solid wall was attacked by Gyarados, and a huge crack was formed. At this moment, the 3 Sakura sisters were at a loss. Why did they become like this? They obviously just wanted to kill Arthur's prestige. But why did it become like this? The site of the monastery also costs a lot of money. Roar. Gyarados still let out a roar after the destruction and death light ended, which scared the 3 Sakura sisters even more, trembling. Such Gyarados didn't even have the courage to command. Psychic, Arthur commanded quickly, and in an instant, a strong wave of Psychic fell on Gyarados' body, as if crushing Gyarados' body. It made the other party feel uncomfortable. And at the same time, the Psychic who had been lingering in the air for a long time also seemed to have been saved for a long time. Normal fell from the sky and landed on Gyarados. The huge energy attack blasted Gyarados into the pool water in an instant, setting off huge waves. What's going on? The 3 Sakura sisters looked nervously at Gyarados in the pool. They had mixed feelings in their hearts, naturally. They didn't want Gyarados to lose it alone, see it get hurt. After all, they were their parents. The Pokémon I grew up watching them grow up. But Gyarados is already in chaos, and his relatives don't recognize him. If he doesn't lose his ability to fight, who knows how many things will happen. Still, with the passage of time, Gyarados' body floated on the water again. Circles appeared in his eyes, as if he had lost his fighting ability. Gyarados is incapable of fighting, and the winner is Arthur from Viridian City. Violet swallowed and said, Gyarados was actually defeated by such a young trainer. Congratulations. Sakura also wanted to cry, especially when she saw the damaged playing field that needed to be repaired. She didn't know what to say. If she had known it, she would have sent Badge directly. Badgevan, watching your own water ballet. You can draw lucky viewers to get Badge. The badge of the Cerulean Gymnasium is already worthless, and there is nothing wrong with giving another one. Gyarados' strength is very good. Arthur nodded slightly. It was just chaos before. Understood. But it will take some time for the gymnasium to be repaired. And then we can reject those challengers openly and above board. Sakura complained helplessly, clutching her forehead. Arthur didn't know what to say anymore. He took badge from Lily on the side. And after pondering for a moment, he said there is a competition called Pokémon Contest over there in Hone region. Maybe that's the reason for that. It is the most suitable for you, you can try it. After finishing speaking, he left directly. What else can he do if he stays? Could it be that the three sisters still want to leave him for Misty to be her brother-in-law? If it's just a matter of heart, he won't refuse. It is undeniable that these are indeed three rare beauties. But it's fine to add feelings. And he doesn't like his own women. He always acts for others various water ballet performances. Arthur's words made the three women look at each other in dismay. Sister, the Pokémon contest he was talking about. Lily asked hesitantly. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, so go and find out. Sakura tilted her head and said stupidly, however. She is really a powerful trainer. It seems to be about the same age as Misty. And I almost fell for it, heartbroken. Lily and Violet were also speechless when they heard their sister's words. But it is undeniable that Arthur seems to be really handsome. And his strength is also very strong, unfortunately. He just didn't know how beautiful the big sister is. So he even said that they are vases. As expected of you, hatching moth, bye. Eevee looked curiously at the Pokémon egg in Volcarona's arms. This seemed to be a new friend. And he didn't know what kind of Pokémon it would be. After seeing that Squirtle was about to hatch, Arthur also called the front desk and asked them to send a huge glass jar. Arthur filled the water jar with water and took out 2 water stones to put in it. Evolution stones such as Fire Stone, Water Stone, and Thunder Stone, in addition to helping specific Pokémon evolve, also have a lot of attribute energy. These energies are of great benefit to Pokémon, allowing Pokémon to subtly influence under it. Absorb the energy inside. The purity of these evolutionary stones doesn't need to be too high, as long as they are of normal quality. It's a big deal to add a few more. In order for Squirtle to thrive, Arthur also went to a friendly store to buy 4 water stones. That was enough to last Arthur for a long time. And if the economy was enough, it would be nice to give Squirtle a bath diluted with mystic water. But Arthur wasn't rich enough yet, crack click. As Arthur finished arranging everything, Squirtle's eggshell also made a crisp sound. And soon a turtle's head came out of it. Jenny cried out, wow, spice, gonna Gible Eevee. And Bulbasaur all looked at this new little friend curiously. Jai Jenger also ran up to Squirtle and made a face. This startled Arthur and the other Pokémon. And it didn't scare Squirtle, who was still a child after all. But to their surprise, facing Jenger's grimace, Squirtle, which hadn't completely got out of the eggshell, didn't show the slightest fear but nodded solemnly to it. This made Arthur's eyes shine. This Squirtle is a little different Pokémon, Squirtle. Attribute water height 0. 38m racial average height is 0, 5m weight 7. 2 kg racial average weight is 9 kg. Ability Torrent Rain Disc. Skills Tackle Tail Whip Withdraw Water Gun. Strength Infancy Potential Elite. System Evaluation. Squirtle is very good and has great potential. It is recommended to cultivate it well. Suggestion: this Squirtle seems to have a special talent in the Wave Guide. It is one of the most suitable Pokémon for you as a Wave Guide hero. Whether it is physical defense or special defense, this Squirtle can handle it with ease, and is very suitable for being a tank player. It is recommended to replenish a large amount of energy during the juvenile period. And after the juvenile period is over, the ability to be beaten can be specially developed for it. Looking at the system's suggestion, Arthur was also speechless. What the hell is it to cultivate Squirtle's ability to take a beating? This is to beat the turtle to death. Can you beat up rival only if you can withstand the beatings of your teammates? But thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not impossible. Now his lineup is indeed only Blastoise after Squirtle, which is the most suitable for this role, of course. Venusaur can also be used, but it is more suitable as a controller. Squirtle welcome to join the team. After Squirtle got out of the eggshell, Arthur also said to it, Jenny Jenny. But what Arthur didn't expect was that Squirtle made a posture of bending over and clasping fists. My wee snubbled turtle, ah. Why does Squirtle make such an action? What is this? Kung Fu Turtle. I don't know what happened to Squirtle before it hatched. Pokémon can also feel the outside situation in the eggshell. Perhaps the parents of this Squirtle and the trainer of the parents are specialized in martial arts. Or the Pokémon hunter who was killed by himself is also a trainer. But that doesn't matter anymore. Squirtle has already recognized itself. Hello. Arthur smiled, took out a dive ball, and slammed it on Squirtle's forehead. Squirtle turned into a red light and entered into the Pokémon ball. After shaking slightly stopped, there was a shaking, and a boom sound was issued to indicate the success of the subjugation. Successful, Arthur quickly released Squirtle again and put it in the well-prepared water tank, Jenny Jenny, enjoying the bathwater full of water energy elements. Squirtle revealed a cheerful growl. Even the other little guys showed envious looks. If only they could be treated like this. It's a pity that neither Eevee nor Gible can accept this kind of treatment. Especially Eevee if one accidentally evolves. It will really be over. On the contrary, Bulbasaur can have similar treatment. Arthur can grind the leaf stone into powder and apply it on the seeds of Bulbasaur, which allows Bulbasaur to digest the power of leaf stone well. It's just that the energy of the miracle seed in Bulbasaur's body has not been absorbed yet. Little guys grow up quickly. Arthur looked at Squirtle and said with a chuckle. It seemed that he was relatively lucky during the trip. And the little guys were all very talented. But he needs to cultivate them as soon as possible before the Indigo Plateau Conference. The Cerulean Strait, like the nearby harbor, has the most intense and ferocious tidal currents in the Kanto region. This is the holy land of surf and one of the best places to train water Pokémon. According to legend, the grandmother of the current owner of the Cerulean Gymnasium, who was once the water system elite in the Kanto region, trained Pokémon here since then. The waves of the Cerulean Strait have become objects that many trainers want to conquer. Of course, Arthur wouldn't foolishly run to conquer some waves. The waves that are more than 10 meters high can be dealt with by him now. Sorry, Squirtle is still a baby. Eevee Gible trained dig well. Arthur commanded the two little ones to drill around in the beach. This kind of sandy and soft beach is the best environment for training dig. After they are proficient, they will slowly harden it. Land try after all. These are not skills that they can comprehend as they level up. And most of them need to be trained slowly. Even some skills may not be able to be trained after several years of practice. Bulbasaur feel the sunlight well tree to absorb them and accumulate the power of sunlight on the seeds. Arthur also had to sigh. Ash's Bulbasaur is indeed very powerful. Even the sun and flames can be easily learned. Look at his own Bulbasaur. I've been practicing for several days, and the sun hasn't absorbed that share yet. You know, his talent is not bad at all. And Squirtle is doing push-ups on the beach. Well, I read that right, and I don't know where Squirtle learned it. Even in his infancy, Squirtle tried to do push-ups at first. Arthur was taken aback, and he quickly took Squirtle to the Pokémon Center for inspection. You must know that the young Pokémon are extremely fragile and cannot be trained. But after Ms. Joey's testing, I also found that this level of training seems to be nothing to my tortoise. As if my tortoise is naturally suitable for practicing normal fighting. As for the other Pokémon, they are either in the Pokémon Ball or in a nearby villa not far away. Recently, Professor Who has made a lot of money trading in stocks, which has also made Arthur a lot easier on hand. And seeing the trend of Professor Who making money, maybe in the future, Professor Who can earn back the expenses of the Pokémon. Arthur looked vaguely at the lighthouse not far away. I don't know when Ash and the others will come. That lighthouse is Bill Professor, the maker of the current Pokémon exchange system. But even if Arthur knew about him, he didn't intend to visit him. This is the same as not visiting Professor Oak in Pallet Town. These professors are not the ones you can meet with solace in if you want to. If you go up rashly, others will think you have ulterior motives. Even beside them there are Alliance staff watching, not only to protect them but also to monitor them. Once these people cooperate with an organization like the Rockets, the impact on Alliance will be huge. Not everyone is Ash. But behind Ash is Professor Oak, which is different from Arthur. It's like you are a millionaire. It seems like a millionaire is not a millionaire anymore. You are worth $1 million. You know where a billionaire is. If you want to know that billionaires, the other party will ignore you. Can you fit into that circle? Even if you know each other, won't you feel embarrassed? But you are only worth $1 million. But your godfather is the richest man. So the situation becomes different. Those big bosses will come to take care of you and give you a certain amount of help. That's the case with Ash, the damn protagonist, however. Arthur is still very interested in the huge Dragonite. Not because he wants to subdue him. He doesn't think that he can subdue him now. Even if all Volcarona and Jengar are dispatched, it may not be useful. He just wanted to see the opponent's information. Whether it was Gigamax or ancient Pokémon. If he took some photos or videos back to the Rockets, it might be of some help to the Rockets. While he was training Pokémon, he stared at Bill's lighthouse from the outside. And no one would notice him. This is already within the scope of the resort. And there are also many Pokémon trainers training nearby. Just when Arthur was about to go swimming in the sea, he sensed a familiar waveguide. That silly guy was coming. So this guy has 6 Pokémon by now. It's really fast. In fact, he is still very interested in Ash's Charmander after all. This is the Charizard that shines in the original book. It is also the strongest Pokémon in the early stage of Ash. But he really doesn't have the fate of Ash. And he can't find Charmander at all. Unless he's able to travel with Ash, but is that possible? For Ash's arrival, Arthur did not take the initiative to look for it, but jumped into the sea to swim. As he became more proficient in the power of the waveguide, he did not let go of his own training, even though his physical fitness is far inferior to Ash's. Mega is really rookie, but it is much better than before. It's just that Arthur didn't want to find Arthur. But the other party found him first. Is this Arthur's Pokémon? Ash quickly noticed Arthur's Eevee, Bulbasaur, and Gible. There is no way who made Arthur's Eevee. It is too eye-catching. Whose Pokémon has so many things hanging around its neck? Moreover, in the Kanto region, there are not many people with Gibles. Such a combination can easily make them think of Arthur. Even Zyogang and Misty looked at the Soothe Bell, Everstone and Normal Gem on Eevee's neck, and their eyelids jumped wildly. This guy is really willing to pay for his Pokémon. Bye. Eevee shook his head obviously. Eevee still had some memories of them. Eevee, where's Arthur? Misty came to Eevee and asked curiously. Eevee said that he didn't want to pay attention to this woman. But after thinking about it, he stretched out his claws and stretched towards the beach not far away. Several people turned their heads to look, and saw Arthur's vigorous figure playing a game with the waves in the sea. Even if the waves were several meters high, Arthur could still swim normally. Amazing. Misty couldn't help muttering, indeed. Zyogang nodded slightly, and then looked at the 4 little ones vaguely. No matter which one it was, it seemed that Breeder was very good at it. Arthur's Pokémon have grown a lot since the last time they met. Arthur also has Bulbasaur and Squirtle. So we must fight him. Ash looked at Arthur's Pokémon and said, "Are you an idiot? That Squirtle hasn't passed its infancy yet, so it can't participate in battle yet." Misty said, full of dissatisfaction, "Indeed. I can't participate in the battle with my Squirtle yet." At this time Arthur also came over and said, "But if it's 3v3, I won't refuse. That's great, let's fight. By the way, how many badges do you have now?" Ash asked with a little pride at this time. 2. What's the matter? I've been doing special training all this time. Arthur asked suspiciously, I also have 2 badges. Ash said triumphantly, is that so? Arthur glanced at Misty and Zyoging with a strange expression on his face. And the two of them also blushed. It seemed that he had seen the truth. Then let me be the referees. Zyoging also said in a deep voice at this time. He hoped that Arthur could teach Ash a lesson and not be complacent about a small victory. During this period of time, Ash has indeed defeated many Pokémon trainers. But there is nothing to be proud of. Those are all trainers who have not traveled. But Ash regards the level of this Fish Pond Bureau as the real level of Pokémon trainer outside. It's not easy for them to tell Ash clearly that your gym badge was given by us. And the defeated trainer is not very strong. Then it's up to you, Charmander. The first Pokémon Ash sent was the Charmander. The one that Arthur didn't have. He got Charmander under control at the same time. Arthur pointed to Gible, who was beside him. And Gible walked in front of Arthur full of energy. As everyone knows, Gible is much more cherished than Charmander. Pokémon Charmander attribute, Fire ability, Fierce Fire. Skills, Grab, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Flame, Vortex. Strength rating, Normal potential, Champion. System evaluation, Charmander is very talented and has a strong fighting spirit. Sure enough, the talent of this Charmander is at the champion level. It is worthy of being Ash's early trump card Pokémon. And it is also worthy of being an old spray who can defeat Articuno in the future. Seeing Gible on the opposite side, Charmander also became extremely dignified. This rival is very powerful. It let out a dissatisfied mile, and then looked at Gible full of fighting spirit. This is especially true for Gible. He has worked hard during this period of time, but he still has a gap compared to the big brothers in the team. It was not his turn to compete in the previous gym challenge. Now it finally able to fight, Charmander use Ember. Ash said directly, close to the other party. Arthur didn't even have a defensive posture at all. Not to mention the difference in level between the two sides. But in terms of attributes, no one really thinks that Ash can really reverse the attribute infinitely. Right hearing Ash's command, even Zyoging and Misty covered their faces speechlessly, and used Ember to face Gible as expected of you, Ash. At this time, Zyoging remembered the scene of Pikachu using Thunderbolt on Onix. Maybe Ash doesn't just know the Pokémon on the opposite side, and he doesn't even know the attribute restraint problem. Speaking of Ember, it can actually be described as a fireball. But the flame fell on Gible's body, but it did not cause much damage to Gible. In the blink of an eye, Gible came to Charmander. Gible used the Dragon Claw as Arthur's words fell. Gible's claws were surrounded by a blue-purple light, and they grabbed Charmander's body, avoid. Ash quickly said to Charmander, but it's a pity. Facing Charmander, who was close at hand. How could Gible's attack miss? I saw that Gible slapped Charmander on the ground with just one paw, and instantly lost the ability to fight. How is this possible? Ash was dumbfounded. This is Charmander. Help himself defeated many of trainers' Charmanders, only to be slapped to the ground by the opponent's Pokémon, which doesn't even have a Pokémon Pokédex, and loses the ability to fight, as expected of Gible. Arthur has raised it very well, Zyoging said after taking a deep breath. After all, he is a quasi-god. Misty also said in a deep voice. Ash doesn't know the identity of Gible, don't they know? Although the quasi-god's breeder takes a long time and consumes a lot of resources, Arthur's Gible is obviously very good by breeder. It's normal for Charmander to lose, wow. Gible blinked its big round eyes, showing a disappointed look. That's it. One slap and it's gone, it's so boring, okay, come back. Arthur sighed softly. His Pokémon was even better at mocking than himself. Come back, Charmander, you will be the next one, Bulbasaur. Ash took a deep breath, retracted Charmander into the Pokémon ball, and released Bulbasaur. Then let's do it too, B ***** D. Arthur said, pointing to Bulbasaur on the opposite side. Gone as Garnuth. Suntu Baba quickly rushed onto the battlefield, and the two Bulbasaur stood together. Ash's Bulbasaur was slightly bigger, but the difference in size was not particularly large. Not because of how well fed the opponent was. It's that Ash's Bulbasaur is probably older than Bulbasaur. But the Garlic Bee ****D will not be afraid of Bulbasaur on the opposite side. It has many bosses compared with his own boss. The gap between this guy and his own boss is still too big. Gonna Garnus. Bulbasaur looked at Suntu Baba full of fighting spirit. But his gaze was more focused on the toxic orb on Suntu Baba's neck. He wanted this thing so much, Bulbasaur. Well, Bulbasaur used the Razor Leaf. We also use Razor Leaf afterwards. Two Bulbasaurs used Razor Leaf to attack each other. Countless flying knives made of blades collided in the air, and then fell to the ground one after another. It turned out to be a tie, but it's right. Arthur murmured as he watched the scene, originally. He thought that Bulbasaur, who had eaten Miracle Seed, would have an advantage over Razor Leaf, but now it was a tie. But it seemed understandable. Ash's Bulbasaur. If you want to evolve, you can evolve it long ago. And the power of Razor Leaf is naturally stronger than the normal Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur used sleep powder. Ash also said upon seeing this, avoid use toxic. Arthur said lightly. The figure of Garlic Bee ****D was very fast, narrowly dodging sleep powder, and at the same time spit out a black-purple liquid, which landed on Bulbasaur's head, Ghana. Bulbasaur showed a sad look, but it itself has poison type and toxic effects, which are not so obvious, Bulbasaur. Ash glanced at Bulbasaur worriedly. Although he said again, leech seed, Ghana. Several seeds landed on Garlic's body, quickly took root and germinated, entangled with Garlic's figure, trouble. Arthur frowned and when he was about to do something. A dazzling white glow emanated from Suntu Baba's body. Is this going to evolve? Zio Gang said in disbelief. Indeed. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight Bulbasaur in the future. Misty also echoed. It can be said that there is no difference between Suintauba and Bulbasaur before. But what about now? Once Bulbasaur evolves, how will the two sides fight? Evolution, a trace of complexity flashed in Ash's eyes. Is Arthur's Bulbasaur about to evolve? It's a pity that my own Bulbasaur has been trying to keep himself from evolving. Which is a pity, Ghana. Ash's Bulbasaur also looked at the Garlic Bee ****D, bathed in white light with a serious face. Another Bulbasaur who chose to evolve enough. He is still alone. Why is there no ideal Bulbasaur? Under the light of evolution, Bulbasaur's body gradually grew bigger, and the seeds on his back also turned into flower buds. Not as petite as Bulbasaur was, but not as bulky as Venusaur was. Very good, Ivysaur. Arthur smiled slightly. This was his first evolved Pokémon, Ghana. Ivysaur nodded slightly, and then looked at Bulbasaur on the opposite side with a serious face. Even if we have evolved, we can't admit defeat. Bulbasaur, use it again, Razor Leaf. Ash said with a big wave of his hand, we use Razor Leaf too.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.